Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Calling all business owners. Are you running your business without being incorporated? If you answered yes, you are now eligible to incorporate in just 10 minutes. It's a quick incorporation event from Incorporate.com, designed to save small business owners from the risk of losing everything. Just call this number for your free 10-minute incorporation guide, 1-800-300-5124. If you're not incorporated, it's not just your business that can be sued. It's you, too, which means you could lose everything. Your home, your car, even your life savings. That's why small business owners across the country are now scrambling to incorporate during this event. Call now for your free 10-minute incorporation guide while supplies last. 1-800-300-5124. Incorporate.com doesn't provide legal or financial advice. They just make incorporating or forming an LLC quick and easy. But hurry and call now while they're still giving these 10-minute incorporation guides away for free. Call 1-800-300-5124. That's 1-800-300-5124.
As a parent, you want what's best for your children. That means sending them to a school where they'll get the superior education they deserve, and that also shares your values. That can be tricky these days, as public schools have changed and private schools can be expensive. Your household budget has already been cut to the bone, and it's hard to imagine where you'll find that extra money. Well, there's help to lessen that financial burden and provide your child with the very best education at half the cost. At AM 560 The Answer, we work with private schools throughout the Chicagoland area to provide tuition for families at half the normal cost. Just log on to halfpriceschools.com and you'll find some of Chicagoland's finest private schools, from preschool all the way through high school, at half the cost. And chances are there's a school right in your neighborhood. Invest in your child's education and future at halfpriceschools.com. A limited number of half-price vouchers are available. Go to halfpriceschools.com now.
5:09, let's get an update on your morning roads. We do that in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim Talamonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. In Addison, Villa Avenue is shut down from Lake Street south to Myrick due to a crash last night involving a vehicle and a utility pole. Villa's going to be closed there. Addison authorities tell us until really throughout the morning. Near northwest side of Chicago, there's a crash involving a pickup and a currency exchange. Car into a building. This is on Milwaukee Avenue at Chicago Avenue. I-57 inbound. At Halstead, that left lane is closed into November for CTA works. You'll see some delays there soon. Farther south, 57 Bourbon A at County Road 6000 North. Traffic is forced on and off in both directions. It's a quick on and off. There's just an overpass removal going on there this morning. That's scheduled till 7 a.m. Little road work on the outbound Bishop Ford still in place, but no delays. Traffic is a service of Grasshopper. As entrepreneurs, you're always on the go. That's why they created Grasshopper, the entrepreneur's phone system. Get all the features of a business phone system and the freedom of a cell phone with their mobile apps. See how it works at grasshopper.com. Grasshopper, the entrepreneur's phone system. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answers starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here is our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, partly sunny and colder, high 38. Mostly cloudy and cold tonight with a low 28. Then remaining mostly cloudy tomorrow with a shower in spots for the afternoon, high 48, and a bit of rain at night, low 44. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
31 at O'Hare, 30 along the lakefront, 30 at Midway. This morning, your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by the Art House Gallery. Sell your gold, diamonds, jewelry, watches, and more. Call 847-926-0700.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. And so I am led to believe that not only is my March Madness bracket in tatters, so is my Blaine 5th and 6th grade girls bracket in tatters.
Well, you had us losing 47-0 to Burley, and it didn't end up that way.
I had Burley going the distance.
Yeah,
That's
you
right.
did. All right, fine. Burley did win the game, but we made a strong run in the second half where we got the game within 6-point margin. And
6-point margin in 5th and 6th grade girls is like a 20-point margin.
I know. It was a huge comeback, and we ended up losing 29-12.
That's a blowout.
No, that's not a big of a blowout.
29-12 isn't a blowout.
We thought it was going to be 47-0.
12 isn't a blowout. What planet is that?
And our planet of the Blaine.
Yes, right.
The Blaine bad girls.
Yes, the participation trophy planet.
Well, that we did get a second-place trophy, and I'm like, no. But we made it to the final.
Did you pull a James Harrison and make him turn him back in?
No, I didn't.
You should have.
Didn't throw a chair. That other coach was a little jumpy.
It
was a good game, but sellout crowd. Well, I mean, there are a few.
Oh my goodness.
We saved a seat for you, Dan. You never showed up.
No, that's right.
Why not?
Because I had better things to do. Is that not obvious?
It's so
29-12.
Mm-hmm.
It's
a few blocked shots.
I was directionally correct, so actually I feel better about that now that I know.
Well, we put 3 people on one player. Their whole team was. Sorry, Burley, but their whole team was one player.
Well, that one player.
Number 20. And we not double-teamed her, triple-teamed her, and she still scored. She's taller than me. Great girl. She's a really aggressive player, and she's the one who, next time we got a Jeff Galulier knock her out at the knees with a baseball bat.
I don't know how to break this to you.
What?
That's no girl.
Stop it. No, don't
I know how they.
that.
I know how they recruit over at Burley.
Yeah, no, she's.
Of course,
she's
I'm kidding.
She's great. You know why she's good?
Flower.
She has an older brother who's a spectacular basketball player as well. So she plays against him all the time. And any girl who plays against her brother is always a better basketball player.
I have some news for you.
Yeah.
That older brother is not a dude.
Stop it.
Something going on in that family. It's like that mother-son becoming father-daughter thing going on. It's weird things going on at Burley.
No. They're a great family.
Say this in jest, please.
Yes, please.
Yes.
You don't want to hurt her. She's only in 6th grade.
No,
but
of course
shoots
not.
like a senior in high school.
Well, good for her and good for her family. They'll get a college scholarship.
They will,
and,
actually.
And Peyton and Eli will put you in the poorhouse. And that's how it's going to work because some families care about developing their basketball talent and others don't. And I'm not putting any particular family in any category. I'm making a general statement, and if you're reacting negatively to that, then you have a guilty conscience.
I just want you to know, I bought hand weights over the weekend for my kids so that we could start bulking them up, and we're doing, every night we do some drills.
HGH? Are they on the HGH yet?
No. What's
the human growth hormone.
Oh, my gosh, Dan.
You got to start stacking D-ball over there with the kids if you want them to be playing at the next level.
I'm not going to be juicing them. Here, honey, have a shake. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, no, I'm not going to be juicing my kids, but we are going to start bulking up. And over the summer, we're slimming down and bulking up. We're going to be running miles. We're going to be doing burpees, your favorite thing.
Yes, it is. It's great.
We're going to be doing the Ruth Bader Ginsburg workout every day for 30 minutes.
RBG, so they grow up to be frail old Jewish ladies. That's great. All right, we're going to need to take a cleansing breath after this discussion of 5th and 6th grade girls sports, and we'll come back and we'll talk about adult things like the confirmation of a Supreme Court justice.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Chilly out there. The wind chill, 19 degrees out there, going up to a high today of 38. Tonight, cloudy, a low of 28. And then tomorrow, it's going to be mostly cloudy, a shower in the afternoon, a high of 48. But get this, on Friday, all you golfers out there, pay attention. We're going to have a high of 72 degrees. Dan?
Finally.
Let's get into our alarm detection system traffic center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. In Addison, there was a crash late last night. Villa Avenue is just south of Lake Street, and there was a utility pole struck, so Villa is shut down and likely will be throughout the morning from Lake Street south to Myrick. Near Northwest Side, got a collision. Milwaukee Avenue and Chicago Avenue, pickup truck into a currency exchange. Told the driver fled, so police are busy there at the scene. Seeing slight delays now on inbound I-57 starting before Holstead, 17 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford 16th. There's road work on the outbound Ford, 111th, 115th, the 2 left lanes. No delays outbound. The other expressways and tollways for now are still looking pretty good. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Upstream-ideas.com. That's the digital platform that provides premium content, which complements what we do here each morning on this show. Long-form interviews this week featuring on our Against the Current series, Rick Hess, the Director of Education Policy Studies at the American Enterprise Institute, talking about what may be coming down in terms of federal opportunity scholarships via the Department of Education and the Congress under the Trump administration. In addition to that, we do Man on the Street interviews with our Follow the Logic segment this week. A very interesting segment talking to pro-choicers about abortion. 60-second commentaries from yours truly.
We watched that, by the way.
Which one?
My sister. My son's writing a paper.
Oh, good.
About pro-choice.
And how did he take to that?
He didn't take to it kindly. He's not very open-minded. He doesn't want to hear about the other side of the issue. But don't worry.
Maybe I'll have a barbell fall on his head and things will change.
You're doing a great job. So he's not going to play at the next level, and he's intolerant of other people's opinions. Way to go, Jacobson. All right, now I lost my train of thought. But go to upstream-ideas.com and sign up today.
You're the one that gets it done. The person your friends call to see if you can fix it. Brakes? No biggie. Shocks and struts? Simple and straightforward. The catalytic converter heat shield? Come on. If it has wheels, you can make it go. But not having the right part can bring your project to a screeching halt. Problem solved with MyPartsGarage.com. My Parts Garage is not a big box store that needs to wait to get a part in. My Parts Garage is the warehouse that sells wholesale to you. They own the inventory, so your part is always in stock. But wait, there's more. Like free shipping within 24 hours, in-state next-day delivery, or pick it up today at the warehouse. Plus, the customer service is seriously awesome. So the last thing you need to do is drive fast and furiously to find auto parts. With the average driver in Chicago commuting at least 24 miles per day, people are spending more hours in their car than they do at home. Drivers need you, the mechanic. You need MyPartsGarage.com. Lowest prices guaranteed.
AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues right now. And make sure to join me, Sean Hannity, this afternoon starting at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, Gorsuch endured day 2 of having to hold his tongue while subpar intellects try to corner him intellectually. Hilarious. Caricatures of human beings like Senator Stuart Smalley from Minnesota, who is not smart enough, not good enough, and doggone it, people don't like him. Al Franken trying to put Baby in a corner, and Baby don't play that. Baby don't play that. Here's one of the exchanges between Gorsuch and Franken. This one about the treatment of Merrick Garland. This is the saw. One of the saws the Democrats are utilizing in this confirmation hearings process.
Since I became a judge 10 years ago, I have a canon of ethics that precludes me from getting involved in any way, shape, or form in politics. There's a reason why judges don't clap at the State of the Union, and why I can't even attend a political caucus in my home state to register a vote in the equivalent of a primary.
That was in response to him not responding to Gorsuch. Not responding to the Garland treatment, because, Franken wants him to say that he was treated unfairly, and Gorsuch isn't getting into it. And, of course, it's a political question that he's asking, because one side believed it was okay, based on the precedent set by the other side, to forestall taking up the Garland nomination until the 2016 election. And the other side, the Stuart Smalley side, did not. So it is, by definition, a political question. That was slapped back by Gorsuch, and then Franken also pressed the issue of marriage redefinition.
I participated in 2,700 opinions over 10 and a half years.
No, that was the DiFi. This is Gorsuch and Franken on marriage redef.
How have your views of marriage equality changed, if at all, since the 2004 election?
Senator, my personal views, if I were to begin speaking about my personal views on this subject, which every American has views on, would send a misleading signal to the American people that my
It's settled law.
It is absolutely settled law. There's ongoing litigation about its impact and its application right now. And I cannot begin to share my personal views without suggesting mistakenly to people.
Can I move on to something else?
Well, if I might
Thank
finish-
you. I understand. You've given a version of this answer before, so I understand.
See,
Why
when
was
they
he so contentious with him? I mean,
Well,
Franken was insufferable yesterday.
Well, he's trying to trip him up, and you're just not going to trip him up. I mean, even Tommy Flanagan over at NBC.
Tommy Flanagan.
Yeah, the pathological liar.
Oh, Brian Williams?
Even he conceded that nobody laid a glove on Gorsuch yesterday.
Ari, I think the expression in English is, it's tough to lay a glove on this guy.
I didn't see a single glove laid on him. He performed himself admirably, calmly at almost all times, and with detail, but never much candor about his views, which many experts would say he's not supposed to.
I think that this has been a slam dunk in terms of his initial Q's and A's. You're going to see some of the more intensive questioning, but they have not, as you put it, laid a glove on him.
Nice. The only time that it got a little contentious, I thought, was when Al Franken, or what do you call him? His SNL
Senator
name?
Stuart Smollett.
Yes. Talked about the frozen trucker case. Are you familiar with that? There was a trucker who, I mean, this is a case from years ago. His truck broke down, a sub-zero temperature.
Sounds like a country song.
Yeah, no, it does. But the trucker lived. But Neil,
yeah, this is the employer-employee, one of these employer-employee
that
cases.
he doesn't care about the little guy.
Because Gorsuch is supposed to run a trucking company from the 10th Circuit.
Also, he's got hypothermia. He's a little woozy. Probably figures that's not too safe. I don't think you'd want to be on the road with him, would you, Judge?
Senator,
you would? Or not? It's a really easy yes or no. You haven't thought about for a second what you would have done in
Senator,
this case?
I thought a lot about this case.
And what would you have done?
I totally empathize and understand.
I'm asking you a question. Please answer questions.
Senator, I don't know. I wasn't in the man's shoes.
It is absurd to say this company is in its rights to fire him because he made the choice of possibly dying from freezing to death or causing other people to die, possibly by driving an unsafe vehicle. That's absurd. Now, I had a career in identifying absurdity. And I know it when I see it.
Yeah, so there's a guy with a satellite dish on his head. Yeah, I get it, but here's the other line of argumentation that the Democrats are efforting. And again, they're just not even coming close to Gorsuch, but it's to appease their hysterical base. It's appease to the MoveOn.org crowd. It's the little guy versus the big guy. When are you going to support the little guy against the big guy? You had Pagliacci. I know you have to keep track of all these names with the scorecard, but he's a Senate minority leader. You know, the tears of a clown.
Okay.
It's 60% he rules with the employer versus the employee, as if there's some magic percentage and the facts of the underlying cases don't matter. Well, this is part of the exchange that he had with Di-Fi, Gorsuch had with Di-Fi, where she asked him specifically that question about ruling with the little guy, and then she got her lunch handed to her.
I participated in 2,700 opinions over 10 and a half years. And if you want cases where I've ruled for the little guy as well as the big guy, there are plenty of them, Senator. The Ute Indian tribe.
Would you be willing to submit some of them?
Oh, yes, be quiet. He's trying to tell you.
I'll name a bunch of them right now. I mean,
yeah, please.
I'm sorry,
Stop
Senator.
talking.
Of course. Ute 5 and 6, Fletcher, the Rocky Flats case, which vindicated the rights of people who had been subject to pollution by large companies in Colorado, uranium pollution. I point you to the magnesium case, similar pollution case in the Salt Lake City area. Colorado's effort with renewable energy upheld that. Or versus City of Albuquerque, involving pregnancy discrimination in the police department in Albuquerque. WD Sports, a discrimination claim. Casey, Energy West, Crane. Simpson versus CU, involving young women who had been harassed by the football team.
There's a dozen.
AM versus AM, Browder, Sutton. I can give you a long
I'll tell you
list.
what. Here's what I'm going to do for you, Die
my
5.
gosh.
Here's a list of 12 cases. I'm going to give you my Westlaw password. Why don't you excuse yourself from the hearing? You go shepherdize those cases, then you come back and you ask me adult questions about the law.
Well, they tried so many times to get him to turn on Donald Trump, whether it be, what do you think of him criticizing judges? And he stood up and told the truth.
When anyone
There's music behind it.
criticizes the honesty or integrity, the motives of a federal judge, well, I find that disheartening. I find that demoralizing.
I'll tell you what. It's the
I fall in love with him. I mean, 10 hours wasn't enough yesterday.
How would you not fall in love with somebody who's got their own theme music?
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
You own or run a business. This is a conversation about one of those gotta-haves, fire and safety equipment. I know it's easy to set it and kind of forget it, except for the mandatory inspections. But think about faulty or ineffective fire and safety equipment. When something bad happens, the business stops. That's never a good thing, and something to avoid. Illinois Fire and Safety is offering you a free audit. Illinois Fire and Safety. If you have the right stuff, you can sleep well. If you don't, they can show you how to change that. It's a simple fact. Fire and Safety is their only business, and their guys are the best. They're trained well, and they think like you. From a single unit to a huge manufacturing facility, Illinois Fire and Safety can handle it. Do an audit. Fire and Safety is really something you don't want to roll the dice with. Illinois Fire and Safety, a company that shares the same values as you do. Let's do that fire and safety audit. 630-629-2413. I know it's sometimes hard to write down numbers, so here's where you can get it. IllinoisFire.com.
Hey, when they say that they're there for you 24/7, they are. Of course, I'm talking about Turnkey IT, locally owned and operated. Had a problem the other night. Somebody literally hijacked my computer and wanted money back, and the computer was speaking to me, and there they were on the other line on speakerphone giving us directions on how to solve the problem. So if you want the best in technology, and if you need help with cloud-based systems, cybersecurity, advanced phone systems, then you need Turnkey IT. People can also need help finding out what's out there and how to implement exactly what they need with the support of this experienced team, and they resolve issues quickly 24/7, even on the weekends. People remember the great experiences they receive when working with Turnkey IT. Shouldn't your business receive the same white glove treatment? See what other AM 560 listeners already know about Turnkey IT. Local, reputable, compassionate, experienced. It's easy. Visit turnkey.pro today. Turnkey IT just does IT better. Visit turnkey.pro today.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Vote for the Obamacare replacement plan or lose your seat at 538.
And later, plastic surgery for your animals. Yes, people are doing it. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
29 degrees. Supreme Court nominee Neil Gorsuch defending free exercise of religion, noting during his Senate hearing yesterday, it is protected by the Constitution.
Anyone, any law, is going to get a fair and square deal with me. My job as a judge is to treat litigants who appear in front of me as I wished to be treated when I was a lawyer with my client, large or small.
In his Senate confirmation hearing, Vermont Democrat Pat Leahy said the president had proposed a Muslim ban. Gorsuch said such religious test would be inappropriate and against the law. Republican leaders making a big push for the GOP health insurance reform plan. President Trump paid a visit to Capitol Hill to stump for that plan. White House spokesman Sean Spicer.
I think there's going to be a price to be paid, but it's going to be with their own voters. And they're going to have to go back and explain to them why they made a commitment to them and then didn't follow through.
The president saying Republicans who do not support that plan could suffer in future elections. South Korean media reporting North Korea fired several test missiles and that the launches were failures. NASA and SpaceX are looking for a place on Mars to land a spaceship. SpaceX saying the ideal Mars landing spot would have access to large quantities of ice near the surface to support human settlements. The self-proclaimed king of daytime television, the guy who gave us that music and the dating game, the newlywed game, and the Gong Show, has died. Chuck Barris was 87. He died of natural causes at his home in Palisades, New York. In other stories we're following this morning, Jesse Jackson Jr., former congressman, claims he and his estranged wife are $1.8 million in debt. Suburban Schaumburg man is accused of posting anti-Semitic flyers around the University of Illinois, Chicago. And Illinois launches a new cybersecurity plan. The governor and Department of Innovation announcing a comprehensive strategy to protect state operations and the personal information of all state residents. Jerry Krause, Chicago Bulls general manager during the 1990s dynasty that saw them capture 6 NBA titles, has died. He was 77. Last night, Toronto beat the Bulls in OT, 122-120. Vancouver nipped the Blackhawks 5-4. The news service of ADT, the security leader for over 140 years. Trust ADT to protect your home, family, and all you care about. It's more than a sign in your yard. It's a line in the sand. Visit ADT.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Are you hiring? Join the over 3 million businesses that use Indeed.com for hiring. Post your next job opening on the world's #1 job site, Indeed.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
The success of a mid-sized business often comes down to one thing: managing your cash flow. I'm Ann Dollagall, Treasury Management Executive at Signature Bank. At Signature Bank, we take a personalized and proactive approach to structuring your cash management solutions to keep your financial assets safe and working for you. Our automated accounts receivable and accounts payable technology allows your business to grow without adding to your overhead expenses. And what truly sets Signature Bank apart is our personal approach. We get to know your business by rolling up our sleeves to work alongside you. Call me today for a review of your company's operational challenges.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
5:36. Let's get a check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim.
In Addison, Villa Avenue remains closed between Lake Street and Myrick, which is south of Lake. After a crash last night, a vehicle hit a utility pole, and we're likely to see Villa closed throughout the morning because of that. Edens is clear, no delays to report on the Capitol. Inbound Eisenhower, heavy 1st Avenue to Des Plaines Avenue. 30 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound fine at 29. On Stevenson, delays start at Cicero. 37 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan is 19 minutes, 95th to downtown, 57. 24 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop 421. Tollways are fine. Traffic is a service of Al Pamani Ford. Stop before you buy your new car. You must visit Al Pamani Ford now. Truckloads of new cars and trucks have just arrived, and everything is priced to sell quickly. Al Pamani Ford is at 25th and North Avenue in Melrose Park. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Partly sunny and colder today. High 38. Cloudy and chilly overnight. Low 28. High tomorrow 48. Currently 28 and some clouds. Winds north at 16. Next news coming your way at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, the show for business and jobs powered by Tandem HR. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, big vote tomorrow in the House to move Paul Ryan and President Trump's proposed replacement of Obamacare out of the House and kick it over to the Senate. McConnell saying yesterday that he will take up Obamacare replacement in the Senate next week. And Paul Ryan suggesting that some of the modest amendments that have been made in the last 24 to 48 hours to appease certain members and groups within the caucus that are reticent on the replacement include a bunch of conservative wins.
We've been working with all of our members on many of their concerns. And I would simply say that a lot of the members' concerns have been incorporated in this process. And so if you take a look at what we've been able to add to this bill, the things that are huge conservative wins, giving states the ability to take a total block grant for Medicaid, giving states the incentive to have work requirements, preventing non-expansion states from expanding and gaming the system. This is the most pro-life legislation we've had since partial birth abortion. It's a massive tax cut, and we made the tax cuts effective in 2017. All of those things were requests by these members. And so in this day and age, and in this business, in politics, if you get 85% of what you want, that's pretty darn good.
So is Paul Ryan right? And if you were a member of Congress, would you vote for the Ryan replacement bill tomorrow? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. I yield the floor to the representative from Prospect.
Boy. Well, I think that they should postpone the vote because if the votes aren't there, why cram it through? Why bother? I mean, yesterday President Trump met with, a closed-door meeting with GOP members and warned them, apparently, that if you don't pass the bill, I honestly think many of you will lose your seats in 2018. So then the left turned that around saying Donald Trump is trying to buy votes and threatening.
Trying to buy votes.
Trying to buy
votes with what?
He's going to fill the campaign coffers through his friends of these congressional candidates in 2018 if they don't go through with what he wants. But is that business as usual?
It's a veiled threat. That's how you. But it's also just a read on the political landscape. I mean, he's not the only one saying that. The Wall Street Journal op-ed today, a defining health vote. The staff editorial, don't discount the stakes. The vote scheduled for Thursday is a linchpin moment for this Congress and a test of whether the GOP can deliver on its commitment to voters. If the bill dies, the Wall Street Journal editorial board continues, Republicans will have shown they can't unite around a governing agenda. Democrats will be emboldened in their resistance. And the likelihood is that more of President Trump's and Congress's priorities get pulled into the whirlpool. The GOP will head into autumn stranded with the rapidly deteriorating Obamacare insurance exchanges, and the media will provide no cover for the alibi of blaming Democrats. Bill Galston also with an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal, the GOP is out of excuses on health care, 7 years into running against Obamacare and for a repeal and replacement. So President Trump's read on the political landscape is a fair one. You may disagree with it, but it's a fair one in terms of him saying, I honestly believe you lose your seats if you don't vote for this. And some of this, quote unquote, threatening that he was doing was tongue in cheek because he has a very good relationship, for example, with Mark Meadows, the Republican congressman from North Carolina, who's head of the Freedom Caucus and was a big Trump supporter in the campaign. So there's some genuine disagreement there about how much can be included that is legitimately under the rubric conservative reform. That's a fair debate to have. But what Trump is saying, I don't think is inaccurate. Well,
can't they postpone the vote, though, if the votes aren't there? I mean, do they look weak if they do that?
Well, I think
because in the Senate too, what's going to happen if it does pass the House? How's it going to fare in the Senate?
Well,
does he still have Cotton and Rand
part
Paul?
Part of what Ryan did with some of the friendly amendments to the proposal is with an eye towards the Senate. The Senate will pass something different, and then the two caucuses will conference to come up with what it will look in final form before it goes to the president's desk for signature. here's the thing. You have to have a date certain that you're going to call the vote. Otherwise, this is an interminable process because somebody's always trying to extract more. So you have to set a date certain, and then you have to whip the vote. And the whip counts that I've read from, those in the inner sanctum on the Hill there, it's close. And I think what you may end up having is a bit of a structured vote where he'll get the 218 he needs and probably not one vote more. That you'll have some Freedom Caucus members vote for it, and that's what Paul Ryan said, that are members of the Freedom Caucus that are going to vote for it, that do support it, and some that vote against it. And I think a lot of it will be a play to provide political cover to those who need political cover to vote against it while still moving this thing forward. I think it passes. I think it passes tomorrow.
Well, today, President Trump is meeting with the Congressional Black Caucus members. And it's not just for a photo op with Kellyanne Conway sitting on the couch. They're actually going to discuss this Obama repeal bill, and hopefully he'll get some of them to change their minds.
No, he won't.
Yeah, he might.
Don in Arlington Heights, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, The Answer. How are you doing this morning?
Morning.
I understand. Hey, I'm okay with this this week. We have to do something to get it started. My concern is Phase 2 and Phase 3. Is there any schedule on that? We got to be able to get this across state line thing started.
Well, that's part of it, although I think it's a small part of it if you talk to most of the experts. Thanks for the call, Don. Here's the thing, and I'm glad you brought up Phases 2 and 3. Part of this, if you're a member of the Freedom Caucus or if you're somewhat reticent on the process as well as the substance of the legislation, remember Phase 2 is Tom Price's territory. Do you trust Dr. Tom Price? He's the guy that came up with the Obamacare replacement that conservative free market types loved, that they wanted to basically cut and paste in the modern context. But the modern context isn't the previous context when Republicans were in the minority and or even when they were in the majority, but you had President Obama in the White House. This is a different context. And the Senate is a whole different animal, as we should know by now, having talked enough about major pieces of legislation and how challenging it is to move it through the Senate with their kind of 60-vote threshold unless you want to blow the whole thing up. But the problem is you have a Senate majority leader who doesn't want to blow the whole thing up with respect to the filibuster and the culture in the Senate. So these are complicating factors. And so kind of clawing back to when Tom Price was a member of Congress proposing the repeal and the replace, what the replace should look like, it's just a different time and a different context. But I still think Dr. Tom Price is the same guy he was as a member of Congress from Georgia that he is now as HHS secretary. So do you trust him on the administrative state piece of it? I trust him just about as much as if not more than I trust anybody else on the Hill. So I have some optimism about Phase 2 and ultimately Phase 3, but particularly Phase 2, that fourth branch of government, that unelected branch that promulgates so many of the rules that govern our lives and largely negatively impact us. I think Tom Price is the perfect guy in that role to make Phase 2 a success. Jordan in Forest Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
If I was a member of Congress, I would vote against this. And I'll tell you why. There's approximately 60 to 70 million people in the U.S. that are on individual health insurance, non-group insurance. And this bill really does nothing for the massive increases that they've seen in premiums. It might do something in 2 years or 3 years. And so if you think that those voters are going to still vote Republican because of the hope in 2020 that their premiums are going down, I think that's far-fetched. I think what they should do, Rand Paul has a great idea. Let's bring back individual underwriting right now. Let Blue Cross or whatever come up with any plan they want, and then you'll see the premiums plummet. And the administration will have a massive victory. And then if you have people that are not insured, not insurable, have a separate program like they used to have in Illinois, the CHIP program. It worked great. There's no problems with that at all. Now, there's a money issue, but this isn't about money. I mean, they're going to spend the money anyways. And I think that would be huge, too. And you'd actually get some Democrats probably voting for that. If basically you could have a slogan, we're not going to leave anybody behind. And I think it would be a massive victory for them.
Thanks for the call, Jordan. Appreciate it. I mean, I
don't know how it's going to pay for itself. I mean, if you eliminate the tax penalties for those who don't buy insurance, where's the motive to buy insurance? I mean, I had a friend who's been start out paying $207. Now she's paying $499 a month. Her premium is $7,500. She's like, if I don't have to face a tax penalty, her deductible. She's like, well, if I don't have to face a tax penalty, I'm not even going to buy insurance. So she's going to opt out.
Yeah, well,
and if something catastrophic happens, she'll deal with that down the road.
Yeah. There's one other piece of this. First of all, in terms of incentivizing people to buy insurance, if the price drops and you want insurance coverage because you want to protect against a calamitous event, which most people with firing synapses are going to want to do, and you can afford it, then you're going to do it, which is why people do it.
Right, but
and why people and why people did it before Obamacare. And yes, right. So it's unaffordable now, and even if you have coverage, you don't really have coverage because of high deductibles, or if you're on Medicaid, lack of real access to care. The whole point is to start to reconfigure the system, roll it back to something that is more, not anywhere near completely, but more market-oriented, that connects consumer to provider, that puts people in charge of their own lives and their own medical decisions, not just in terms of choosing your doctor, but also in terms of understanding the costs. And that's what health savings accounts does, for example. The other issue, though, the political issue, too, because you can't look at these things in a vacuum, and Bloomberg story about this yesterday, is that the failure to advance a repeal potentially endangers tax cut goals, too, and the forthcoming structural tax reductions that have been suggested that Trump is starting to talk more about. And the market didn't react particularly well to that prospect yesterday. And if he doesn't, and Republicans, he meaning Trump, and Republicans don't get something moving on Obamacare replacement, and if they don't get structural tax reform done this year, they're not going to be in a good place going into 2018 because the economy is not going to be in a good place.
If you're talking about it, Dan and Amy are talking about it. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Chilly start to your day if you factor in the wind chill. It is 19 degrees outside, going up to a high today of 38 degrees with partly sunny skies. Tonight, a low of 28, and for tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a shower. In the afternoon, a high of 48. But the big news is on Friday, it's going to be warm around here, a high of 72 degrees. Let's get those travel times and jump into the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Amy, the Kennedy has a brief delay inbound. Foster to Lawrence, inbound Eisenhower, a 2-minute delay. Mannheim to Des Plaines Avenue. The Stevenson is now 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan 20 from 95th to downtown. I-57, 25 minutes. I-80 to the Merge, Bishop 421. It's always all clear. I'm Jim Telemonte and the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Daily stress is a big deal. Fact is, the terrible impact of stress is very deadly and shortens our lives. Stressed individuals attract diseases, just like blood in the water attracts sharks. Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. I'm the show host of Health Quest Radio, the longest-running health news and science show in Chicago. And for over 33 years, we share practical concepts from a natural healthcare perspective to minimize the need for all those dangerous drugs and risky surgeries. Today, it's our dirt-cheap adrenal stress index test. No blood, just spit. Most people flunk on their first go-around signaling adrenal gland distress. And then following our stress-busting strategies, most individuals pass their second test with flying colors. So if you can spare a little spit, call and purchase your first dirt-cheap adrenal stress index test, and we'll hold that same special low price for your follow-up test. Call 800-794-1855. You can't get any cheaper than dirt cheap. 800-794-1855. And be sure to tune into Health Quest Radio this Saturday morning at 11.
A storm is on the horizon, and you need to keep the lights on no matter what. Your business relies on the power being on 24/7. It's the lifeblood of your data and computer systems. Weather-related outages from the power company are not acceptable. Your need for a source of power that's reliable 24/7, along with round-the-clock service that can dispatch technicians to your site immediately, is mission critical. Your business needs Charles Equipment Energy Systems on speed dial. These are the big boys, not residential or solar, but reliable industrial generators for emergency backup or events. When you need more than a 100-foot extension cord plugged into a small engine generator, generator, call Charles Equipment Energy Systems. They keep the lights on with rental generators for job sites or power outages. The storm season is here. Plan ahead. Call now to prepare generators for sudden damage and potential power outages. Call 630-834-6000. That's 630-834-6000 or charlesequipment.com. charlesequipment.com.
Calling all business owners. Are you running your business without being incorporated? If you answered yes, you are now eligible to incorporate in just 10 minutes. It's a quick incorporation event from Incorporate.com, designed to save small business owners from the risk of losing everything. Just call this number for your free 10-minute incorporation guide, 1-800-300-5124. If you're not incorporated, it's not just your business that can be sued, it's you too, which means you could lose everything. Your home, your car, even your life savings. That's why small business owners across the country are now scrambling to incorporate during this event. Call now for your free 10-minute incorporation guide while supplies last. 1-800-300-5124. Incorporate.com doesn't provide legal or financial advice. They just make incorporating or forming an LLC quick and easy. But hurry and call now while they're still giving these 10-minute incorporation guides away for free. Call 1-800-300-5124. That's 1-800-300-5124.
What's the scariest thing about going to the dentist? Opening your mouth or opening your wallet? Because just a simple cleaning can cost $100, and things like root canals can cost you hundreds more. If you don't have dental insurance to help, you should give Physicians Mutual Insurance Company a call. 1-800-500-0898. This isn't a discount plan or preventive-only coverage. This is real dental insurance that helps pay for checkups right away, so you can call today and get your teeth cleaned tomorrow. Plus, it helps cover the more expensive procedures you might need down the road. Fillings, crowns, bridges, even costly dentures. There's no deductible and no annual maximum. Your acceptance is guaranteed for one of these insurance policies, even if you're retired or on Medicare. There are no networks, so you can choose any dentist you'd like. That's right, any dentist you want. Call and we'll rush you a free information kit with all the details. 1-800-500-0898. That's 1-800-500-0898. 1-800-500-0898.
Hi, I'm Carl Deichler, the CEO of Beachbody, and I'm here to tell you about an amazing new way you can start losing weight for free right now. You've probably seen our workout DVDs on TV like P90X, Insanity, and 21 Day Fix. We just launched a beta trial of our new digital video platform, Beachbody On Demand. So while we're testing out this new digital video service, I'm inviting you to use it for free for 30 days. That means you can lose 10 pounds, 20 pounds, even 30 pounds without paying a dime. Text the word TRIAL to 303030 and you can do 30 days of P90X, Insanity, or any of over 400 workouts for free. Now here's the catch. In return, all I ask is you let us know what you think of the service so we can make Beachbody On Demand the best fitness and weight loss site ever created. Just text TRIAL to 303030 and get started for free right now. Again, text TRIAL to 303030.
Message and data rates may apply. Membership fees apply after 30-day free trial. Cancel anytime.
Townstone Financial is synonymous with great rates, low closing costs, and phenomenal service to the thousands who have completed purchases and refinances with us since 2002. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
With my house here in Chicago, you guys did my first mortgage, and then we just did the second one on a refi. You told me, hey, I can get your rates down and have zero out-of-pocket costs. I'm like, okay, why not? It's been an amazing process. I wouldn't have done this if I didn't believe in you guys. You guys are amazing from the beginning to the end, from the communication, replies are within like 10, 20 minutes if, you're not in another phone call or something. Signing all the paperwork, it's just on point.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financials, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois, mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639. Equal housing lender.
5:57, time to check the climate of your business with aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. And time to check the roads. We do that in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim.
Thanks, Mike. And Addisonville Avenue is closed from Lake Street south to Myrick after a crash which happened last night. Kennedy inbound slow Cumberland to Lawrence, 23 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 20. The Edens is still fine. Inbound Eisenhower, 33 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 5 at 29. Stevenson, 42 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 34. The Ryan, 23 minutes, 95 to downtown. I-57, 26 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop, 420. Traffic, service of Staples. Staples has all you need for your business at low prices, like paper, ink, and toner, even office furniture and technology. Right now, buy 2, get 1 free on all 10 ream cases of paper. In-store only, plus tax where applicable. Ends 4/1. See store or staples.com for details. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues after a full update from Fox News. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Colder with partial sunshine today, high 38. Mostly cloudy night, low 28. Mostly cloudy skies tomorrow and tomorrow night. An afternoon shower in spots and a bit of rain at night, high 48, low 44. Breezy with a brief shower Friday, high 72. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 31 at O'Hare, 28 along Chicago's lakefront, 30 at Midway. The news is a service of Jewel Osco. Shop Jewel Osco's 2-day sale and get pork baby back ribs just $1.99 a pound. Limit 5 champagne mangoes, 4 for $1, and select varieties of Lay's potato chips or kettle chips are just $1.77. Limit 2. Here are the stories we're following this morning on AM 560. The Answer, just ahead of Fox News. A man accused of kidnapping and sexually assaulting 2 women recently in suburban Skokie while impersonating an Uber driver. Former President Obama's birthday will not be designated a holiday in the state of Illinois anytime soon. A proposal that would have closed state facilities was voted down yesterday by the Illinois House. Doctors say a baby girl from Africa recovering from a risky surgery at Advocate Children's Hospital in Park Ridge should be able to lead a normal life after the 10-month-old had a not fully developed conjoined twin removed from her back and legs. Chicago sports. Vancouver over the Blackhawks 5-4. Toronto beat the Bulls 122 to 120. Full forecast coming up after Fox News. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. President Trump says tomorrow is the big day in the House.
To finally repeal and replace the disaster known as Obamacare.
That was at a Republican congressional dinner last night, but the GOP is not united on the Obamacare replacement bill that Democrats say would leave millions more Americans without health insurance. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, the legislation may not have enough Republican votes to make it through the House. Freedom Caucus member Dave Bratt believes the replacement plan creates new entitlements. He told Fox there are at least 30 Republicans who will vote no, and he's among them, adding it could take some time to get the repeal and replace plan right.
We have a once-in-a-century opportunity here, right, where you have the House, the Senate, and the White House to do the right thing to get some free markets.
The Rules Committee will prep the legislation today for a final vote in the House tomorrow. Dave.
Rachel, Neil Gorsuch will face more questions on this, the third day of his Supreme Court confirmation hearing. He's been saying he's about the law and not ideology or politics. Democratic Senate Leader Chuck Schumer is not buying it.
Of course, President Trump considered ideology when he selected Judge Gorsuch off a list culled by the far-right Heritage Foundation.
North Korea has done it again, launching yet another test missile, though the U.S. Pacific Command says this one appears to have exploded within seconds of the launch as the North angrily reacts to ongoing U.S.-South Korean military drills. A fixture of daytime TV in the 60s and 70s has died.
It's the dating game.
Chuck Barris also created and produced.
It's the Newlywed Game.
But he admitted several years ago.
I think on my tombstone, it's just going to say, gonged at last.
Yes, it was the Gong Show that made Chuck Barris famous. He was 87 and died of natural causes at his New York home. This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Do you own or run a business in Illinois that succeeded in this challenging economic environment? If so, we want to hear about it. AM 560's Business Tour 2017, presented by Signature Bank, will be highlighting business success stories. Tell us your story and be a part of a live broadcast of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy. Find out more and submit your information at 560theanswer.com/business. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
Writing job descriptions, sifting through resumes, setting up interviews. Hiring's hard, but Indeed.com makes it easier. Post your job, manage candidates, schedule interviews, all on Indeed. And since independent research shows that Indeed delivers 5 times more hires than any other job site, easy works. Right now, we're giving new users a $50 credit to post a sponsored job on the world's #1 job site. Claim your $50 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms, conditions, and quality standards apply.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-748-5713. 800-748-5713.
Optima Tax Relief.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Ayn Rand Institute and the Yaron Brook Show. Heard Saturday afternoons at 4 here on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, boy, we've got the deaths of both Chuck Berry and Chuck Barris, not to be confused in the same week.
What do you, Chuck? Oh, that's right.
Chuck
yeah.
Barris, Chuck Berry.
Berry, right.
Don't confuse the two. One thought he was a CIA assassin. The other is the godfather of rock and roll. So you can keep the two apart.
Yes.
And also
then,
we have to mention Jerry Krause.
Jerry Krause, otherwise known as Crumbs. That's what people in the media would call him, because every time they'd go to interview him, he'd always have some crumbs on his tie or on his shirt. But he was, he was a working class guy from the northwest side of Chicago.
Scouting talent gets a guy hungry.
Yeah, and he played baseball at Taft High School, and he always knew that he wanted to be in sports, but he couldn't play the game, so he wanted to be part of the game.
And obviously you had everybody from Michael Jordan to Jerry Reinsdorf weigh in on Krause's
John Paxson,
Krause's responsibility, his role in the Bulls dynasty. Jordan giving him credit for the dynasty, for being one of the architects of the dynasty,
and
Jerry Reinsdorf saying that he wouldn't be in the Hall of Fame without Jerry Krause.
And he and Jordan weren't particularly good friends, but Jordan respected him and his work ethic, and said the way he was raised is the man that he became as a businessman.
Yeah, he just didn't want to
genius.
Just didn't want to have a meal with him because it was so messy. It's like a one-man food fight. I'm not being asked to do Jerry Krause's eulogy.
Okay.
So here's the thing. Yesterday, about the Comey hearing before the House Intelligence Committee, one clip that we didn't catch during the show yesterday that is worth playing for you all is an exchange between a young congresswoman from upstate New York, Elise Stefanik, and Jim Comey. Listen to this exchange about, okay, so the investigation began in July. What's the protocol to brief the relevant parties about the nature, scope, progress on the investigation in terms of the timing? And was that timing abided in this case? Listen to this.
There is a practice of a quarterly briefing on sensitive cases to the chair and ranking of the House and Senate Intelligence Committees. And the reason I hesitate is, thanks to feedback we've gotten, we're trying to make it better. And that involves a briefing of the Department of Justice, I believe the DNI, and some portion of the National Security Council at the White House.
So if that's
to
quarterly...
brief them before Congress is briefed.
So it's quarterly for all three, then senior congressional leadership, the White House, and the DNI?
I think that's right. Now, that's by practice, not by rule or by written policy, which is why, thanks to the chair and ranking giving us feedback, we're trying to tweak it in certain ways.
So since in your opening statement you confirmed that there is a counterintelligence investigation currently open, and you also referenced that it started in July, when did you notify the DNI, the White House, or senior congressional leadership?
It's a good question. Congressional leadership, sometime recently, they were briefed on the nature of the investigation in some detail, as I said. Obviously, the Department of Justice has been aware of it all along. The DNI, I don't know what the DNI's knowledge of it was because we didn't have a DNI. until Mr. Coates took office, and I briefed him his first morning in office.
So just to drill down on this, if the open investigation began in July and the briefing of congressional leadership only occurred recently, why was there no notification prior to the past month?
I think our decision was it was a matter of such sensitivity that we wouldn't include it in the quarterly briefings.
Yeah, that's curious. That whole thing is curious. First of all, that's not true that there was no DNI. James Clapper was the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence. Number two, you said at the outset we do these quarterly briefings on sensitive matters, and now you're saying that you didn't follow the practice in this case because of the sensitivity of the matter. So what's the kind of the DEFCON levels of sensitivity such that you decide to dispense with your practice, your customary practice of those quarterly briefings on matters such as this? Very interesting exchange that I think needs to be plumbed more deeply, but perhaps I'm just tilting at windmills. For an expert opinion on this, we're pleased to be joined again by our friend Colonel Cedric Leighton, who is military intelligence expert and security consultant and has served on both the Joint Chiefs of Staff as well as the National Security Council. Colonel Leighton, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
You bet, Dan. Good morning to you and Amy.
So you heard that exchange between the congresswoman and Jim Comey. What about that? Does that raise any flags for you?
Well, it does actually, and you make a very interesting and valid point. I think if you have a forum or a mechanism to brief congressional leaders and obviously members of the executive branch on a quarterly basis on extremely sensitive investigations, what do you do when the investigation becomes super extremely sensitive, which apparently this one is? Clearly there's some confusion there, and the way the FBI director was responding, they are in the process of revamping how they do this. The problem that you run into is, there is a mechanism in place, and if you don't follow that mechanism, because things are even more sensitive than you originally envisioned, then you really don't have a set rule, a set series of procedures. Are there other things that work? Is there some type of cover-up or some type of, FBI situation that, we don't know about? That's really hard to say from this. You want to be very careful, obviously with things like that. But, it does seem to me that there should be a much more stringent review process, and there should also be a way in which you go beyond quarterly briefings. If something like this is happening and you're ready to talk to, or you need to talk to the top leadership, then you need to find a way to do that almost immediately, I think.
Do you think during James Comey's testimony that he was being political at all?
Well, that's, I think anything in Washington is by almost definition political. However, he's trying to, in essence, toe a line. He obviously got into trouble for, things related to the campaign, when it came to Hillary Clinton's issues with her server and the investigations pursuant to that. First it was on, then it was off, then it was on, then it was on again. I think he was trying very hard not to be political, but it struck me that the types of things that he was discussing when it came to Trump and President Trump and the potential ties to Russia were of such a sensitive nature that he was trying to just say, okay, these are the facts, this is what's going on here, but there's obviously politics involved in anything you do.
Yeah, but when he talks about how Putin hates Hillary Clinton, and this is the impetus for him to investigate, this is the impetus for Putin to try and subvert the 2016 election, that's a political statement. And by the way, it's a political statement that a lot of people who have just as much, if not more, geopolitical knowledge than James Comey disagree with in terms of Putin. And James Comey also disagrees with James Comey that it's about Hillary Clinton, because he said the Russians are going to do it again prospectively in terms of trying to hack our elections, trying to disrupt our elections, because the real play is to, undermine the representative republic that we enjoy.
Right, and this is the idea of the potential visceral hatred or supposed visceral hatred that Putin has for Hillary Clinton may be true, but Putin himself said something very interesting. Sort of related to this. He basically said that all statesmen have the interests of their country at heart. They don't play with emotion. They don't use emotion to force their hand in anything or to direct what they do. So Putin gave us a clue that I think FBI Director Comey is incorrect in that particular aspect because it is not emotion that rules Putin's things that he does, but what is happening here is he is actually protecting his state's interest in his point of view, and he is doing what he needs to do to subvert the republic, to do the types of things that he can in order to, in essence, get the biggest prize. And that's what the United States is for him. We are the big prize.
Do you think that this show that we saw yesterday and the competing conspiracy theories that are founded on no demonstrable evidence, at least none that's been presented to this point, is exactly what Putin wants? That this is working out better than he could have imagined?
It's certainly working out better than he could have imagined. I think the part of the FBI director's testimony that was pretty much on the mark was that they got into this and they said, well, let's see what we can do. The Russians, that is, let's see how far we can go with this hack of the DNC. Let's see what kind of things we can get into. And then once they were able to get into the DNC's network with their hacking, then they realized that what they could do is exercise a whole bunch of influence operations, and that, in essence, is what the Russians are doing, and they're doing that to this day. They are making very sure that they are the thing that we talk about, the country that we talk about, and that gives them an outsized amount of power, much more than their military could give them, much more than anything else could give them.
Now, during the House Intel hearing, we learned that the FBI started an inquiry into Trump's aides and their links to the Kremlin last July. Are we talking about Paul Manafort, Carter Page, Roger Stone? Do you have any information?
Well, yes, we are talking probably about all of them. Certainly Paul Manafort is, at the top of the list of people being investigated. And, one of the big things about that is Mr. Manafort had a lot of relationships with the Ukrainian government of former President Yanukovych. And Yanukovych was a person that was working at the behest of the Kremlin. So there were connections with Manafort and Yanukovych. Yanukovych has connections to the Kremlin, and that was obviously an arrangement, so far, from what we know so far, that involved a payment, a series of payments, potentially as, in the $12.7 million range. So those payments were for services, consulting services. Those can be typical arrangements that a lot of lobbying firms do with foreign governments, foreign political parties, foreign leaders. But the way in which the payments are being described, there's a Ukrainian legislator that is saying that these payments, are definitely tied to Manafort. That still remains to be seen based on real investigations.
Yeah. I mean,
but that's the key.
That Ukrainian legislator suggesting that Manafort laundered money for Yanukovych, and wherever it goes, it goes. I have no kind of fealty to Paul Manafort. But even if all of that is true, and I know that the cloud is what the left is trying to keep over this administration, particularly on this matter of Russia. Even if all that's true about Manafort, what does that have to do with making the connection to Russia, Russian collusion with respect to the 2016 election? Those are still two separate matters until you make a direct link.
That's true. And so when an investigation of this type happens, what you're dealing with is there are accusations, there's a supposition, there's a theory, then investigators then develop a theory, and in this case, the theory might be that Manafort's links to the Ukrainian government of the time and to Russia were also then links to that potentially the Trump campaign had to Russia. Now that would be a leap. That would be something that would have to be based on actual evidence of ties. Things that they are looking at are why are certain statements being made by the Trump administration that seem to favor President Putin of Russia and the Russian government and things like that. So that becomes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there is anything nefarious going on, and that's where an investigation would have to uncover what are the exact relationships and how much is actually being done because somebody got paid in Ukraine for doing certain political consultant work and other influence type work in that particular environment. So Manafort's connection to the government of Ukraine at that time, is certainly going to be the top subject of investigation. Carter Page, was somebody else that you mentioned. He is under a lot of suspicion because of his very pro-Russia stance in many issues, and that. Then also leads one to his business dealings, and a lot of that still remains to be uncovered. And of course, people are going to try to, if there is something, they're going to try to keep it under wraps, and that's where investigators are going to have, quite a challenge.
Before we let you go, I'm no North Korean policy expert like a Dennis Rodman or a James Franco or a Seth Rogen, so I need some help here. Richard Haas, who's the president of the Council on Foreign Relations, had an op-ed this week that we're out of time in North Korea, that this may be the first genuine crisis of Trump's presidency in the international arena, that you've heard Rexon, as I've termed him, Rex Tillerson, talking about the prospect of a change in U.S. policy towards North Korea, more aggressive posture towards North Korea, not just jawboning that little dictator over there, Kim Jong-un. And I can't figure out, you've got North Korea putting out propaganda films, probably inspired by Snoop Dogg this week. You've got North Korea saying they don't fear sanctions. They're close to first strike capability. And then yesterday they do a missile test that explodes within seconds of launch, and they look like, this inept backward nation that they otherwise are. So give us a threat assessment on North Korea.
So a lot of people are in the business, Dan, of making the threat be 10 foot tall when it's really 5 feet tall. And the way in which North Korea operates is through a lot of bluster, through a lot of propaganda. They have made some significant developments in their missile technology. However, then they tested that rocket engine, on Sunday that has gotten a lot of attention. But they always are very quick to make sure that they do things in a very forward way when it comes to their propaganda. So their propaganda will give them more capabilities than they actually have, but they are still a dangerous threat. And that is the challenge that somebody like Rex Tillerson, the Secretary of State, is going to have, because he definitely wants to do something that changes the equation on the Korean Peninsula, but that equation has really been based on China not leveraging North Korea the way it should, and also South Korea and the United States insisting that they actually not, get into a situation where they give North Korea more credit than it is due.
He is Lieutenant Colonel Cedric Leighton, military intelligence expert, security consultant now. He's served previously on the Joint Chiefs of Staff as well as the National Security Council. Colonel Leighton, thanks so much for joining us as always. Appreciate it.
You bet, Dan. Absolutely.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.Pro answer line.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Chilly this morning, a wind chill of 19 degrees, air temperature 31, going up to a high of 38 degrees with mostly sunny skies. And then tonight, a low of 28 degrees. And Thursday, mostly cloudy with shower in the afternoon, a high of 48. But the big news is Friday, because things are going to heat up around here. How high is it going to get? Well, funny you should ask, a high of 72 degrees. Let's get into our alarm detection systems traffic center, where it's always warm. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. And Dan, good morning. And Addison Villa has reopened south of Lake Street. There was an earlier crash, actually last night, that had the road shut down. The Edens inbound is heavy around Foster, 20 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. The Kennedy, 28 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 22. The Eisenhower, 40 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 30. Stevenson heavy now, 52 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 35. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State slow from the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. Eastbound Adams Tollway really heavy from the Tri-State to the Kennedy. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
847-926-0700. Calling this number can bring thousands of extra dollars right to your wallet. The Art House Gallery is back in Chicagoland. Do you have any jewelry, diamonds, gold, silver, or antiques? How about paintings, porcelain, or Fabergé? Maybe high-end pocket or wrist watches, Rolodexes, Cartier, Tiffany, or Breitling? Well, if you do, call the Art House Gallery now at 847-926-0700. Get cash for your valuables today. Meet in their office in Highland Park or in the privacy of your own home or bank. The Art House Gallery makes it easy and convenient. Professional and respectful, your items and collectibles may be worth thousands in cash paid directly to you. So gather up your jewelry, diamonds, gold, antiques, paintings, high-end watches, and more, and call to schedule a meeting with the Art House Gallery. You'll be glad you did it. Get cash for your valuables today. So call right now. You know the number, 847-926-0700. That's 847-926-0700 or online at ChicagoArtHouseGallery.com.
Hi, I'm attorney Stephen Leahy, and I help business owners, 1099 employees, and those with unfiled tax returns solve their IRS problems. And I'm also the host of the IRS Radio Hour.
And I'm Jim Leahy, the co-host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard right here every Sunday evening at 5 on AM 560.
The Answer. I know you want a local attorney you can look in the eye and hold accountable for solving your IRS problem, not some big box outfit without a Chicago connection. So today we have a special offer. A good night's sleep.
A good night's sleep? Are you trying to give away a pillow?
Great guess, Jim. But no, I want to help people solve the problems that are keeping them up at night. If you fear the IRS will take away your money, freeze your bank account, garnish your wages, visit your home or job, and now they can take away your passport, you need to hire me to solve your IRS problem for good.
Call attorney Stephen Leahy, your Chicago IRS answer man at 312-664-6649, 312-664-6649, and get the IRS out of your business and your life for good.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. All right, let's talk about these snot-nosed kids, millennials. 2016 Millennial Impact Report.
Oh, they have that?
Yeah, it's a report from the Achieve and the Case Foundation.
What's that? Okay.
Achieve is an organization, and
Right.
Case Foundation is a foundation that finances such important research as the Millennial Impact Report.
Oh, I want to hear this, though. What do you have?
Here's what they've discovered about millennials.
They're selfish?
No,
maybe they're not. I mean,
in fact,
so rude.
they're tending to be more conservative on certain matters, but regarding social issues, they tend to reject the activist label and rarely take overt action in support of causes they say they care about. Super. They're unmotivated to participate. The report also found that while millennials do make an effort to educate themselves about causes that spark their interest and to share what they learn via social media, they tend to avoid confrontation and won't go out of their way to change someone's mind because, that takes work and taking a position and courage.
Well, it requires making eye contact with people because millennials only communicate through text messaging or video gaming. They don't meet face to face.
Geniuses.
I would
They're
never
geniuses.
be able to talk to anyone. Text messaging is the best thing that ever happened to you because you don't particularly care for people. Or am I speaking out of line?
No, I'm a misanthrope.
Right, but that's how you can connect. Grandparents can connect with their grandchildren is via text or emailing.
Yeah, that's how it should be. It should all be arm's length. You should never be in the physical presence of another human being. That's the 21st century innovation.
Maybe you are a
These
millennial.
millennials are geniuses. I'm a millennial at heart, except
Right,
for the
what
part
else?
about not going out of their way to change someone's
Yes.
mind. Millennials don't have much trust in government to do what's right. Oh, see? Precocious kids. Instead, they believe they can count on themselves to create the change they want to see, except they're just not that interested in pursuing it. So they've got some things to work out. They're kind of at cross purposes a little bit. This dovetails nicely into observation from Gino Auriemma. He lets me call him Gene. Gino Auriemma is the coach of the UConn women's basketball team. I think he's amassed, Mike Scott, I'm sure will correct me on this. I think he's amassed 11 national titles. He's in John Wooden land. There's like Gino Auriemma for women and John Wooden for men.
They have the longest winning streak in women's college basketball history.
I don't think they've lost a game since like 1976. I'm not positive on that. Mike Scott can correct me on that too.
Mike on it? Or am I on
But
it?
here's Gino Auriemma. Now remember, this is a women's basketball coach, and the best in the business.
Yeah, okay.
I don't want to sound like an old guy. I don't want to sound like an old guy who's been coaching a long time. So it's going to come across like that, I'm sure. But recruiting enthusiastic kids is harder than it's ever been. Because every kid watches TV and they watch the NBA or they watch Major League Baseball, whatever sport they watch, WNBA, doesn't matter. And what they see is people just being really cool. So they think that's how they're going to act. And they haven't even figured out which foot to use as a pivot foot. And they're going to act like they're really good players. This was a media presser over the weekend. But I'd rather lose than watch kids play the way some kids play. I'd rather lose. And they're allowed to get away with just whatever, and they're always thinking about themselves. He's talking to you and your 5th and 6th grade girls basketball team at Blaine,
stop it.
Amy.
They
I think
left
that's
everything
clear.
on the court last night. By the way, UConn has had a 109-game winning streak.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Yeah, that's a good team. So
Yeah,
Gino Auriemma knows of what he speaks. But I think it's just fascinating. Everything is about being cool, but this is where culture comes before everything. And what's the culture? And politics has a role in this because what's Obama? Obama was too cool for school.
Right, yeah.
Obama. No, never nervous.
Cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
He tried to be hip, but then he wore the mom jeans.
The
on a bike.
detached, cool cat. And that was the story told by the D.C. Press Corps, amplified through its appendages like ESPN. Filling out brackets. He's cool. Doesn't know
He's
anything.
down with the stroke.
Doesn't know anything. Doesn't matter. He's still cool. Can't play the game. Doesn't matter. I'm going to go out there and look cool. That's what Auriemma's talking about. He's exactly right.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We're going to talk to Senator Ron Johnson about that Gorsuch confirmation proceeding, as well as what's going to happen to Obamacare replace when it's picked up in the Senate next week.
And later, facelifts, no jobs, ball implants. No, I'm not talking about for people, for animals. We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
28 degrees. The entire Gino Auriemma rant should be listened to by every parent who has a child in sports. 16-mile-an-hour winds this morning give us a wind chill of 13 above. The U.S. Pacific Command said a short time ago that a missile launched today by North Korea appears to have exploded within seconds of launch. Syrian activists say dozens of civilians are dead or still missing following an airstrike on a shelter for the displaced. Supreme Court nominee Neil Gorsuch enters day 3 of his confirmation hearings largely unscathed by Democratic attacks and questions like this from South Carolina Republican Lindsey Graham, who asked Gorsuch about his interview with President Trump.
In that interview, did he ever ask you to overrule Roe v. Wade?
No, Senator.
What would he have done if he'd asked?
Senator,
I would have walked out the door. It's not what judges do.
Facing his first day of hearings, President Donald Trump for Labor Secretary also faced stiff questioning. Virginia's governor pardoning 4 sailors convicted of a 1997 rape and murder of a woman. Daniel Williams, Joseph Deek, Derek Tice, and Eric Wilson were known as the Norfolk Four. They were found guilty based on intimidating police interrogations, and then DNA evidence linked someone else to the crimes, and he admitted to being the sole attacker. This morning, there is another casualty of the city of Philadelphia's new beverage tax. Pepsi announces it's pulling 6-packs and 2-liter bottles from store shelves, replacing them with smaller bottles. Chicago police continue their search for a group of people accused of raping a 15-year-old girl on Facebook Live. Authorities tell us as many as 6 suspects were involved in the attack on the young girl. About 40 viewed that assault online, but did not report it. Chicago sports, Daniel Sedin's overtime goal gave the Canucks a win over the Blackhawks 5-4. DeMar DeRozan 42 in Toronto's win over the Bulls in overtime 122-120. The news service of Jewel Osco. Shop Jewel Osco's 2-day sale. Get pork baby back ribs just $1.99 a pound, limit 5. Champagne mangoes 4 for $1, and select varieties of Lay's potato chips or kettle chips are just $1.77, limit 2. 6:33 is our time. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager believes Israel is in a unique position in more ways than one.
The anti-Israel hatred at the UN is unique. More resolutions passed against Israel than against all other entities combined in the Middle East. Israel is supposed to make peace with people who want it destroyed. It's not something. What exactly do we talk about?
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you hiring? Join the over 3 million businesses that use Indeed.com for hiring. Post your next job opening on the world's #1 job site, Indeed.com.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And like after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
The new challenge will allow you to receive 2 months of Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies free. And we'll even ship them to you free. Call now for details. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life, but I should have ordered it like 15 years ago.
6:35. Let's check our roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Kennedy, traffic is slow from Cumberland to Lawrence and Kimball to the Burn Circle. 33 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 14 from Montrose, same in the Express. Outbound 23 minutes downtown to the airport. Edens, 24 minutes, Lake Cook to the junction. Outbound 20, the Eisenhower. 46 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 31. Stevenson, 52 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 35. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 28 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop 421. Traffic is a service of Grasshopper. As entrepreneurs, you're always on the go. That's why they created Grasshopper, the entrepreneur's phone system. Get all the features of a business phone system and the freedom of a cell phone with their mobile apps. See how it works at grasshopper.com. Grasshopper, the entrepreneur's phone system. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Partly sunny and colder today. We'll top out at 38, mostly cloudy and cold, low 28 overnight. Currently, we have 29 officially at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 7. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos. Heard Sunday mornings at 10.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I got to tell you, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday with Gorsuch's opening statement. His cloying, kind of treacly approach to this confirmation hearing is disarming. I believe it's genuine. I'm not suggesting he's being phony. And you know what, though? The best part about it, it is just punishment, because it is punishing, for room temperature IQs like Senator Stuart Smalley, who he just frustrated to no end, did Gorsuch yesterday. But there was a pointed moment, and it was a great one, because the Democrats are so desperate to try and find something they can hang on Gorsuch. And I think they realize that this
they can't. It's hard to find something to dislike him about.
Or to trip him up. And I think they see the exercise as futile. And so they're just trying to kind of ring the dinner bells for the various children they need to feed politically. One of them is dark money. Ooh, dark money.
Did you say dark money?
And this topic was taken up by Senator Sheldon Whitehouse. And that was the moment where Gorsuch put it back on the Senate as well. He should. Listen to this exchange.
Want to know who is behind that. And, well, answer that, and then I'll go on to a related question.
Senator, that's a policy question for this body.
Well, it's also a question of disclosure. You could ask right now that as a matter of courtesy, as a matter of respect to the process, that anybody who is funding this should declare themselves so that we can evaluate who is behind this effort.
Senator,
right? That wouldn't be a policy determination. That would be your values determination.
It would be a politics question. And I'm not, with all respect, Senator, going to get involved in politics. And if this body wishes to pass legislation, that's a political question for this body. And there's ample room for this body to pass disclosure laws for dark money or anything else it wishes to, and it can be tested in the courts. So, Senator, with all respect, the ball's in your court.
Ooh.
Boom.
That's about
the
as
mic.
that's about as much of a throwdown as you're going to get from Gorsuch. Whitehouse is a liberal from Rhode Island. Is talking about this judicial crisis network that is running ads and other marketing behind the Gorsuch nomination, and Whitehouse wants to know, who's behind it, who are the nefarious people.
Money,
And here's the thing: if you go back on this, because what he said, he wants disclosure of donors. It would be useful too, maybe if Gorsuch gets another bite at the apple, to inform ignoramuses like Whitehouse of the basis for the protection of donors for nonprofits, C3s and C4s. You know what the basis is? It goes back to a case, NAACP versus Alabama, where the state of Alabama during the Jim Crow era was trying to force the NAACP to disclose its donors so the state of Alabama could target those donors. So that's why there is privacy for donors. That's the philosophy behind it, is to protect people from retribution by those in power. Might be something for consideration, not just for Whitehouse, but for everybody who hears this Pavlovian dark money phrase that the left uses without understanding the public policy rationale behind it. For more on the Gorsuch nomination and Obamacare replace, that's coming over to the Senate, according to Mitch McConnell, next week. We're pleased to be joined by our friend, Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson. Senator Johnson, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Morning. So how Ben Sass, your colleague there in the Senate, said yesterday that a lot of the senators are trying to turn Gorsuch into a TV politician with some of their questioning that is not productive. Well, what was your take on how Gorsuch has been treated and the quality of the questions that have been put to him in the first 2 days?
Well, first of all, he's behaving like a judge, and I'll tell you, he won me over when he was first nominated with a simple quote. It is the role of judges to apply, not alter, the work of the people's representatives. A judge who likes every outcome he reaches is very likely a bad judge, stretching for results he prefers rather than those the law demands. That's what liberals hate about judges. They actually want super legislators. They want to get the result they prefer politically. You can tell in White House's question, in a lot of Democrats' question. They want a judge that will rule the way they want to based on politics, because they can't pass their wacko legislation through the legislators, so they rely on the courts to do it. And the reason they want disclosure in terms of political action committees, that kind of stuff, is exactly what you talked about, Dan, is they want to target their political opponents. Take a look at what Lois Lerner did on the IRS. That we have a history of these types of things. So, again, the left couches all of its policy in these glowing terms, these wonderful terms. But in the end, they're the ones that want to target political opponents. They're the ones that don't want to judge. They want super legislators, liberal activists. And they just, they're in a primal scream because they're not getting their way.
And partially this is a dog and pony show. I mean, they tried to get him on President Trump several times when they asked him about the criticism of judges and is it demoralizing? He said, yes, it's demoralizing. But do you think in the end, obviously, he's going to pass with flying colors?
I believe so, yeah. I mean, they can vote against him, but Judge Gorsuch will be confirmed.
Well, so there's that. Okay, so that's settled. That's a big one out of the way. That's good. And I'll tell you why it's good, too, because you've got that Janus case. The Seventh Circuit just ruled on that Janus case, the fair share case, that is essentially a de facto companion case to the Fredericks v. California case that stalled after Scalia's death. And with Gorsuch's confirmation being seated on the bench, if the Supreme Court takes up that case again, which it seems like they might be likely to do, that really changes the landscape for public sector unions in this country.
Well, again, having a ninth vote, a swing vote, is going to be incredibly important. But at the same time, it's not like we've been in the midst of a constitutional crisis. If this court split 4-4, and that just shows you the politicization of the court. So many of these decisions should be 9-0.
Right.
But if they split 4-4, the lower court decision stands. So again, the left has been in the midst of this primal scream. There's been some huge crisis. There hasn't. We decided. Mitch McConnell led the effort, but all of us running for election supported him. Said, no, well, let's let the American people decide not only the direction of the country, but the direction and composition of the Supreme Court, and that's what we're doing right now.
All right, tomorrow's a big day for the Obamacare repeal vote in the House. What do you think is going to happen? And some are saying that it's already DOA in the Senate.
Well, again, I can't predict because I don't know what the final product's going to be. I can tell you that the main problems conservatives have with it is, first of all, the bill really does not address, exactly how to lower premiums. That's left for the second bucket for regulatory reform, and that's uncertain. And I think we have not, for example, pressed the Senate parliamentarian to find out how much of the bill we can actually repeal. Because if we repeal the market reforms, I'd call them market distortions, the things that actually have in Wisconsin caused premiums on the individual market to double and triple. That gives us a lot more latitude, more tools in our toolkit for actually replacing it with reforms that will bring down premiums, which is the number one goal that we ought to be really setting for ourselves, repairing the damage done by Obamacare and then transitioning to a healthcare system that actually works for people, driving down the cost of healthcare while you're driving down the cost of insurance and the cost of the American taxpayer as well. So I think we've kind of got our order in terms of the buckets out of order. I think we ought to concentrate more on lowering premiums in this first round, and I think that's what the House bill is failing to deliver, quite honestly.
But now your fellow cheesehead there, House Speaker Paul Ryan, said there's a lot of wins for conservatives in this bill, including expansion of health savings account, block granting Medicaid funds to the states, allowing them the flexibility to include a work requirement, as well as repeal of all the Obamacare taxes. Of course, he can point to the CBO score now that shows its deficit reduction, the CBO projection that over the next several years you will see premium reductions. So he's got those on the conservative side of the ledger that he's suggesting are the reason, provide a rationale for conservatives to support the bill.
I mean, he's right on there. There are a lot of good things in the bill, but again, there's an important element. I'm just giving my analysis in terms of if it doesn't pass the House, it's because it doesn't, from my standpoint and a lot of conservative standpoint, target the real damage done by Obamacare, and that's the dramatic increase in premiums, leaving that for Tom Price to do, and maybe Tom Price can do it, but I think if they want to get conservative support, the administration, Tom Price, is going to have to lay out exactly, this is the regulatory reform we're going to be able to enact, this is exactly how we're going to drive down premiums to give people confidence that the whole package will actually work for the American public.
I know that there's 3 stages to this health care reform, but at any point in time, do you think people, if they like their doctor, they could actually keep their doctor?
Well, it ought to be a real goal of ours. And the best way of doing that, again, is drive down premiums so people can actually afford to purchase their own health insurance. That's really what we should be focusing on. And if they can do that, then they can decide the type of network they're going to be in, what doctor they're going to actually choose. The problem with Obamacare is it forced people into higher, more expensive health care plans, and the coverage was worse. The deductibles were higher. Out-of-pocket maximums were higher. It focused in and narrowed the networks that people could actually utilize because there are so much fewer choices. And, of course, that's what Obamacare is going to do, is going to open up competition. Consumers were supposed to have more choices. We've had dramatically fewer choices. So Obamacare has been a disaster. These individual markets, if nothing is done, will collapse. We need to try and stabilize the markets, but we really need to focus on lowering premiums so that people can actually access their doctors and access health care.
Over the last several years under Obamacare, you were one that led the fight against kind of the ruling class political mentality when it came to health insurance, suggesting that the members of Congress and their staffs should not have better health insurance at lower costs than is available to the American public. Is that still your posture with respect to this this repeal and replace, whatever form it takes?
Well, unfortunately, that conversation just has totally gone by the wayside. My objection there is that Congress specifically, now these are Democrats, specifically voted not to allow the federal government to contribute to members of Congress's plans in the exchanges. And, then when it came right down to it, they said, oh, well, we're not going to like that, so let's have the administration just basically violate the law. So, again, we have, right now, I have no idea where this health care bill is going to land, exactly how that's going to be affected. But, no, I think one of the things that upsets the American public more than just about anything else is when Congress exempts themselves from the same laws they impose on everybody else. And so we ought to be working toward completely equal treatment under the law in whatever piece of legislation we're working on.
All right. He is Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson. Senator Johnson, thanks always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Have a great day.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up, why Ted Cruz wants to be Louise. We'll explain, but first, here's your forecast. Today, partly sunny, colder. Colder than we're used to. A wind chill right now of 19 degrees. We're going up to a high of 38 degrees. Then tomorrow, we're going to have a shower in places in the afternoon, a high of 48. The big news is Friday, it's going to be mostly cloudy, breezy, real warm, a high in the 70s. Let's get into the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Inbound Edens, traffic's heating up. Dempster to the junction, 26 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 21. The Kennedy, now 40 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 27. The Ike, 53 minutes from Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 44, got a crash at 17th Avenue. Both shoulders are blocked. The Stevenson, an hour and 4 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, 51 minutes from the Tri-State. Outbound 37 minutes to 3:55. Ryan is 28 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State delays are from Harlem to Archer, from Plainfield Road to the Hinsdale Oasis, and Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Westbound I-80 slow Maple to Parker Road with a crash in the right lane. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
I'm Lou Dobbs. A nationwide upgrade for Wells Fargo ATMs. Britain following America's lead on a laptop ban, and Amazon to expand its counterfeit removal program. Those stories next. Hi, folks. Are you an individual or business who owes at least $10,000 to the IRS? Are your wages being garnished? Has your bank account been levied? Do you have years of unfiled tax returns and you're losing sleep at night worrying about it all? Rapid Resolution Tax Group is a team of tax attorneys, enrolled agents, and tax professionals who have helped thousands of people with problems just like yours. They're accredited with the Better Business Bureau and they guarantee same-day contact with the IRS. If you qualify, Rapid Resolution Tax Group can work towards settling your tax debt for less, removing penalties and fees and stopping levies and garnishments. They're not intimidated by the IRS and they promise not to let the IRS intimidate you. Call the professionals at Rapid Resolution Tax Group. They're at 800-601-2929. 800-601-2929. That's 800-601-2929. Wells Fargo plans to upgrade all 13,000 of its ATMs next week, allowing customers to access their funds using cell phones instead of traditional bank cards. Other banks have announced similar upgrades, but Wells Fargo would be the first to upgrade all of its ATMs with that feature across the entire country. Britain's government is banning most electronic devices in the carry-on bags of airline passengers traveling to the UK. That move follows closely a similar ban imposed by the United States on devices larger than a smartphone carried by travelers to the United States and now the UK from 6 Muslim countries. Amazon.com expanding a program to remove counterfeit goods from its website is part of a broader push to assure brand owners by this spring that the online retailer is an ally rather than a threat. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
So you're probably not thinking about back to school season right now. In fact, most parents with kids in school are more likely to be thinking about spring break. But now is the best time to think about where you'll be sending your son or daughter off to school this fall. It's a big decision, and you may have felt like private school simply wasn't in the budget for your family. Well, think again. We want to tell you about halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you can find local private schools from all over the Chicagoland area, places such as South Holland, Chicago, Arlington Heights, LaSalle, Peru, Kankakee, just to name a few. And they're offering vouchers for a full year of tuition at half the price with no catch. Find a school near you, purchase a tuition voucher, and prepare to send your kid off to school this fall. It's really that simple. So make private schools affordable for your family for the first time this year. And these vouchers, as you know, will sell out. Do it sooner rather than later. Visit halfpriceschools.com today. That's halfpriceschools.com.
My name is David Hochberg, Vice President Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I hired a loan officer who worked for the lender who boasts about having low closing costs, and I now have indisputable proof my closing costs are over $1,000 less than my competitors. I am so confident my rates and closing costs are lower than any of the other advertisers on this radio station. I'll make a donation to Rags of Honor if they aren't. When securing a mortgage, you could either work with lenders who constantly talk about low closing costs, or you could work with me, a lender who actually has low closing costs. Then think about all the things you could do with an extra $1,000 when my team originates your loan. I've helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but I can't help if you don't call 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage, Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License 4358, MLS 19186.
You need to switch your cell phone service to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile was founded to support conservative causes while providing the same great nationwide cell phone coverage that you're already used to enjoying. Patriot Mobile allows you to donate up to 5% of your monthly bill to the conservative organization of your choice at no extra cost to you. Do what I'm doing. Do like me. Switch to Patriot Mobile and support the conservative agenda. Switch today and get a free iPhone with a $50 unlimited talk, text, and data plan, or a free Galaxy phone with a $45 unlimited talk, text, and data plan. They will also buy out your current contract up to $500 per line. There's no catch. Call 800-A-PATRIOT And Patriot Mobile will even waive your activation fee with promo code Joe. Or go to patriotmobile.com/Joe.
Unfortunately, in this day and age, it's very difficult to know who you can trust with your home mortgage. Hi, Barry Sterner, founder of Townstone Financial. I'm here to tell you that nobody values your home purchase, refinance, or reverse mortgage business more than Townstone Financial. I guarantee it, and I own the company. Remember, Townstone cares and can help you complete a cash-out refinance to pay down your high-interest credit card debt, or we can help you reduce your interest rate if it's currently over 4% on a 30-year fix or 3.5% on a 15-year. So give me a call today at 312-896-2110. In many cases, we can save you thousands of dollars by paying off your high-interest credit card debt or completing a no-cost refinance to lower your current interest rate. Do yourself a favor and check with Townstone before you refinance your mortgage or start a new home purchase. Since 2002, Townstone has beaten the big banks on closing costs and interest rates almost every day. So call 312-896-2110. That's 312-896-2110 or go to townstone.com.
Listen to the Townstone Financial Show Saturdays at 1 p.m. here on AM 560. Townstone Financial is an Indiana, Wisconsin, Illinois mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639. Don't you just hate how the games are on while you're at work? Solution, watch the games in comfort with an affordable ergonomic office chair from VPOE, Villa Park Office Equipment. Some people only watch March Madness for the upsets. Well, it's time to get rid of that old squeaky office chair and stop upsetting your coworkers. Run down the court now to the champs at VPOE, Villa Park Office Equipment. A slam dunk every time. 1120 North Villa Avenue in Villa Park. View their entire inventory online at VPOE.com.
Your business is growing, which means now you need to hire more people.
Oh, the searching. The emails. Where do we start?
ZipRecruiter. Whether you're looking to fill one position or 20, ZipRecruiter makes hiring simple. One click and your job is posted to over 200 job sites. Use ZipRecruiter's dashboard to easily screen and evaluate candidates and find the right hire fast. ZipRecruiter, the fastest way to hire. Now try ZipRecruiter free. Just click the banner now or go to ZipRecruiter.com/start now. That's ZipRecruiter.com/start now.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy. So, Amy, we talked about this yesterday, too, because, a 15-year-old girl gets gang raped on Facebook Live. But we need wall-to-wall team coverage of the Tom Brady jersey caper now that that's been solved. So does that say something about our priorities? We're going to pick up that conversation at 7:07.
It's another black eye for Chicago. Not only was she raped on Facebook Live, but 40 people watched, Dan, and not one person helped.
I've got some good news for you, though. Danny Davis and Dick Durbin are teaming up to combat Chicago violence, and we'll have that layer of absurdity as well after we check the headlines with Mike Scott.
Dan and Amy, here are the stories we're watching right now. A man accused of sexually assaulting women while impersonating an Uber driver. We'll have the latest on that investigation this morning. The Illinois House has rejected a holiday for former President Obama's birthday in August. Former Bulls general manager Jerry Krause dies. We'll have reaction to that story. Illinois launches a new cybersecurity plan. How does it affect you? Raptors stormed by the Bulls in overtime last night, and a fight breaks out during that game. We'll tell you who was involved. Canucks clipped the Blackhawks in overtime. Illinois tonight takes on Central Florida in the NIT quarterfinals. Partly sunny and colder day ahead, a high of 38. We'll have cloudy skies overnight and a cloudy, showery day tomorrow with a high of 48. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. President Trump keeps trying to sway skeptical Republicans to support the bill to replace Obamacare, saying they have to move on to what's next.
The biggest tax cut since Ronald Reagan, and potentially even bigger.
The president at a Republican congressional dinner last night. The big House vote is tomorrow on a bill Democrats say will make health insurance worse, costing millions their coverage. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, as many as 30 House Republicans could vote no on the White House-backed repeal and replace plan. Freedom Caucus member Dave Bratt is among them. He believes in a free market solution, which would include pre-tax health savings accounts.
If it takes a few more weeks to save 1/6 of the U.S. economy, nothing is dire. It will happen.
The bill can only lose 21 Republican votes or it will die in the House. President Trump was on the Hill yesterday trying to secure votes ahead of a full vote in the House tomorrow. Dave.
Rachel, this afternoon, the president will meet with some Democrats, members of the Congressional Black Caucus. He only got 8% of the black vote in the election. The AP has a new report linking the president's former campaign manager to Russia. that Paul Manafort worked for a Russian billionaire in 2005 to craft a strategy to help President Putin's government. Manafort says he did the work, but it's unfairly being cast as inappropriate. Neil Gorsuch may say more things like this today.
I'm as likely to dissent from a Democrat as a Republican-appointed colleague. Not that matters.
In State 3 of his Supreme Court confirmation hearing, Gorsuch says he's about the law, not politics. Some Democrats worry he has a right-wing pro-corporate agenda. North Korea tries to show off its military might again amid all the concern about its nuclear program, but today's missile launch failed.
The North Korean missile likely blew up within seconds of launch, according to the U.S. Pacific Command. This days after the North tested a new rocket engine that appeared designed to power a long-range missile.
That's Fox's Alistair Wanklin. The North Koreans don't like U.S. military drills with the South Koreans going on. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
28 degrees, some clouds this morning, winds north at 16. That gives us a wind chill of 13 above. 7:02 is our time on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. A man accused of kidnapping and sexually assaulting two women recently in Skokie. While impersonating an Uber driver, was ordered held without bond yesterday. Musab Afandi was in Cook County Court. Police say Afandi assaulted both victims on separate occasions after picking them up outside Chicago bars and then driving them to Skokie. Chicago police continue to search for a group of people accused in the rape of a 15-year-old girl that occurred on Facebook Live. Authorities say as many as 6 suspects were involved in the attack on Devian Austin. About 40 viewed that assault online, but according to Chicago police, did not report it.
And if you seen the video and you see how disturbing it was, then you should have picked up the phone and called the Chicago Police Department.
Tina had been missing for a couple of days before she was located yesterday morning on the west side. Former President Barack Obama's birthday will not be designated a holiday in the state of Illinois anytime soon. A proposal that would close state facilities each year was voted down yesterday by Illinois House members. 2 state workers who joined Illinois Republican Governor Bruce Rauner's lawsuit arguing labor unions should not be allowed to collect fees from non-members, so they'll direct their appeal all the way to the Supreme Court. That after the 7th Circuit upheld a lower court ruling Tuesday that allowed the unions to continue to collect what they call fair share fees from their workers. Daniel Sedin in overtime goal. Canucks over the Blackhawks, 5-4. Raptors snap an 11-game losing skid against the Bulls last night, 122-120, the overtime win. DeMar DeRozan, 42 for Toronto. Chicago's Robin Lopez and Toronto's Serge Ibaka were ejected in the third quarter for trading punches.
Now Lopez and Ibaka start throwing. Lopez punches. There are a couple of punches thrown. But I'll tell you what, I think Robin got the best of that.
And the call on CSN Chicago last night. Big ruckus in that contest. Shortstop Tim Anderson and the White Sox agreed a new paper, $25 million, 6-year contract. The news service of Burger King breakfast. What's the best place to have your breakfast? How about on a warm croissant? Right now at Burger King, get 2 Croissantwich breakfast sandwiches for just $4. Light flaky croissant piled high with savory sausage or delicious thick-cut smoked bacon. 2 Croissantwich, $4 only at Burger King. Price and participation vary. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
If you could quickly and painlessly clear your psoriasis or vitiligo, would you?
No matter how big the psoriasis is, no matter how small the psoriasis, we can help you.
Ashley is a clinical specialist for Extract, the amazing in-office treatment for psoriasis and vitiligo that's clinically proven to show immediate results with up to 95% clearance.
What my patients love most about the Extract treatments is it's safe, it's FDA cleared, and they're seeing results very quickly.
End the embarrassing, painful patches and discoloration with Extract. There's no medications, no topical ointments, and virtually no side effects. Extract uses light to transform your skin and change your life. It's covered by all major insurances and Medicare, and will help you find a doctor close by.
I love what I do. I love coming in every day and making a difference in patients' lives. It's amazing.
Call now to live Extract clear. Call 800-961-9279. That's 800-961-9279. 800-961-9279 or visit xtracradio.com. Qualified patients, certain restrictions apply.
Over 3 million businesses use Indeed.com for hiring, and independent research shows that 5 times more hires are made through Indeed than any other job site. By creating the easiest, most effective hiring experience, we help businesses find great new people every day. Right now, we're giving new users a $50 credit to post a sponsored job on the world's #1 job site. Claim your $50 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms, conditions, and quality standards apply.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-748-5713. 800-748-5713. Optima Tax Relief.
7:06 and a check of the roads. Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center time. The latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Edens, traffic is at a standstill from Tower Road to past Winnetka, where there's a 3-car crash blocking the right lane. And it's heavy as well from Devon to the junction. 37 minutes, Lake Cote to Montrose, outbound 25. Inbound Kennedy, 42 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, 21 from Montrose, 18 in the Express. Outbound 14 minutes to Montrose and 30 to the airport. Inbound Eisenhower, 58 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, 45 from Manheim. Outbound 54 to Thorndale, the crash at 17th, blocking both shoulders. Stevenson, an hour and 4 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 37 minutes. The Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 26 minutes, I-80 to the Marriage Bishop Ford, 17. Northbound Tri-State, heavy 95th to 87th, 75th to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. The other tollways are still okay. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, partly sunny and colder, high 38. Mostly cloudy and cold tonight with a low 28. Then remaining mostly cloudy tomorrow with a shower in spots for the afternoon, high 48, and a bit of rain at night, low 44. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 28. Next news at 7:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. All right, everybody straighten up and fly right, and that goes for you in the listening audience, too. Mike's we all got up our game. This is a team effort because Mike Gallagher's here. Mike Gallagher's in studio. He's here to broadcast his show and then to do the first 100 Days of Trump event that we're doing tonight in Naperville. Sean Hannity's going to be here.
I know. That's why we had to clean up our desks
and
make sure everything was nice. Put
Comb
away
your
anything
hair.
that might be, look like junk.
I showered this morning in honor of Gallagher and Hannity being here.
Wow. That's impressive.
I'm pulling out all the stops as well.
Yeah, so our event's going to be, what time is it? 7 o'clock tonight.
I don't know.
Yeah, look at you. Where's our event tonight?
I don't know. It's in Naperville somewhere.
Dan takes it hour by hour right now.
Yeah,
You're a very busy man.
That's why I have a coterie of sycophants to inform me about these things and transport me to point A to point B. And I can't be worrying about these things. I'm thinking about saving Western civilization, and I need to keep focused on that.
Okay.
Speaking of the end of Western civilization, let's talk about Chicago violence. This story about a 15-year-old girl that was gang raped on Facebook Live.
Yeah, she went missing on Sunday from her North Lawndale neighborhood, and over the weekend there was a Facebook Live posting of her being gang raped by multiple people.
Well, that's the definition of gang rape.
Well, so Andrew Holmes saw the video. He's a community activist.
I have seen the videotape. I did see the young lady being pulled toward the bed, and she pushed back. In some parts of that video, she was looking in pure shock.
So 40 people they guesstimate that watched this Facebook Live. Not one called the police. Not one. One of the people who watched it called the girl's mother and said, I think I saw your daughter on Facebook. So they saved some screenshots. And out of desperation, the mother hunted down Superintendent Eddie Johnson on Monday to tell him, look, my daughter, she's on this Facebook Live post being raped. We need to find her. Can you please help me? And he jumped into action, and they eventually found her, took her to the hospital. She's being reunited with her mother. But again, the question begs to be asked, why do we need Facebook Live? We should shut it down. It's encouraging other crimes. In this look at me and me society that we live in now, we need to shut it down because it's just feeding the beast.
So if Facebook Live was shut down by the government, then the barbarism would go away.
I honestly think that she would not have been gang raped, honestly, because they did it to put it on Facebook Live.
Facebook Live is making people rape people.
Look, I mean, in January, those 4 people were charged after they kidnapped and tortured that mentally disabled suburban man.
I'm aware of the
last month,
event.
a pregnant woman was recorded. She was recording herself on Facebook Live when a gunman opened fire and killed her 2-year-old nephew and her boyfriend. And she was shot herself.
So are you using those anecdotes as evidence to support the claim that Facebook Live is making people commit violence?
Yes, it is.
Facebook Live is making people commit violence.
Yes.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Text answer lines. I'm all confused. 646-36DA, turnkey.pro text line. Is that right? Facebook Live is making people commit violence. Were there no Facebook Live, there would be a reduction in violence in Chicago.
Well, all right. The pregnant woman who was recording herself, who was shot in the car along with her 2-year-old nephew and boyfriend, I don't know if that could have been prevented, but I think the torture of that mentally disabled kid, the 18-year-old, that would have been prevented. Because it's all like, oh, look what I'm doing to other human beings. Why? In that case, one of the girls even said, why aren't more people following us right now? I mean, what is this sick society that we live in? It's all about, look at me with the YouTube and all of the Instagram and Snapchat. Everybody wants to be a star. Do you know that kids, and I always reference my boys, but they don't even know who TV stars anymore or movie stars because they are following YouTube stars. People who...
So I'm sorry. So if I understand what a YouTube star is.
Yeah.
If you're popular on YouTube, that is more or less legitimate than being popular on a different communication channel, meaning television or radio or something else.
Oh,
why does that you're missing my question. Why does the communication channel matter? Why is TV more legitimate than YouTube or radio or?
Oh, I'm just pointing out that social media is king, and they
I
don't
understand.
care about mainstream media or television, TV shows, or movies. They just care about, who's got the more likes and who has more followers, and let's find something interesting.
I understand all that, but is this, the obvious question, but I'll ask it, are you talking about symptoms rather than causes? Are you trying to address symptoms rather than causes? And if you focus on symptoms, then you never address root causes, right? Isn't that what we do all the time? Isn't that what the political class in this city and state have done for half a century? Isn't that what they're doing now? Danny Davis, you know him. He's the master of the one-sentence filibuster. Mm-hmm. We've talked to him before. Yeah, it takes him about 45 minutes to express a complete sentence. Yeah. And he's usually doing it from his throne, if you know what I mean.
Danny Davis.
Yeah, he's got the Lou Rawls voice, of course. He and Dick Durbin have introduced the Trauma-Informed Care for Children and Families Act, which would create a federal task force and expand Medicaid coverage for child trauma services while increasing mental health care in schools and all this.
So if a child witnesses shooting or something or a rape or something horrific, there'd be a counselor for that person, right?
Mm-hmm. Or something like that. Yeah, this is the federal government's role, according to them. So child trauma services, 92% of detained youth in the, per a study of the Cook County Juvenile Detention Center, 92% of those in that juvenile center experience a trauma in their life. I bet they live in shooting galleries. Is that addressing a symptom or a cause? We're not going to address underlying gun violence, violence in general, barbarism. We're not going to address the shooting galleries that have been created under 100 years of Chicago Democrat crime family rule on the west side and the south side. But when you witness an act of barbarism, hey, we got a counselor you can go talk to. And hey, now, and that constitutes doing something about the problem.
What they should do is introduce legislation to shut down Facebook Live.
Okay.
It's because everyone, it's copycat crimes now. Everyone, oh, look at me. Oh, I'm just going to push the envelope a little bit further. Maybe, Dan, next week we could see a live dismemberment. Wow.
So Facebook Live, trauma funding.
Everyone wants to be in a reality TV show.
Danny Davis also borrowed an idea from James Clyburn of South Carolina, 10-20-30. You know, it's got kind of a ring to it. He wants to provide 10% of all government funding to 20% of residents who've lived in poverty for at least 30 years. That's just fun with numbers with Danny Davis. That's how we make public policy. And let's just throw money at this problem. Throw some counselors there, and we'll just continue to spin this wheel in perpetuity. I mean, at least as long as I'm in office, which is also in perpetuity. And if Facebook Live goes away, and Danny Davis and Dick Durbin stay, then all is right with the world. Okay. Mo on the northwest side. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah. So, Dan, do you have a Facebook account?
Yeah.
You do, and when did you get it? How long ago?
I don't know, 6, 7 years ago, 8 years ago. I don't know.
And what compelled you to get an account?
To disseminate my thoughts on the passing scene and inform the populace, Mo.
Perfect. That's you, right?
That's me.
What about the other billion people out there that are younger and are compelled to drive attention? All those other people.
Well,
those are the people that
I know.
That's a societal problem. Not you, because you're doing it for a different cause. I had a Facebook account. I killed it because of the nonsense and crap that's on that account. It doesn't. There's no control, especially with Facebook Live. There's no control. I'm not saying we can't let people do what they want to do.
But people
the majority of people in society that are younger or even at a certain age, they just want attention. They just drive for attention.
Well, I understand,
but whatever it is,
Mo, I understand. Can I ask you
money on that account?
Let me ask you a question, Mo. I understand your point, and I understand the attention seeking. I understand the amoral, depraved nature of some of humanity. But how is that different than people saying whatever they want to say, whether they're on a social media site or not?
This isn't about that.
They were committing a crime.
Well, I understand.
It's about, for example, if you're going to advertise something where you're going to post something that's live, right? There should be something in the back end that's screening this. If people are doing
that's a different story.
Well,
yes.
But don't defend as what they did is free speech.
No, I agree with that, Mo. I agree with that. Thanks for the call, Mo. I appreciate it.
Eventually they are screened and they get taken down, but somebody should be out there watching it happen. It's always like a day later.
There's no reason that, Facebook, you don't have a constitutional right to broadcast on Facebook Live, right? You don't have a constitutional right to use Twitter. You don't have a constitutional right to use social media. These are private enterprises, and your constitutional First Amendment rights are with respect to government. Some people don't understand this, mostly on the left. So I agree with the idea that Zuckerberg could easily put safeguards in place such that videos like these crimes that have been committed that you've recounted are prevented from being posted.
Right, but they don't have a 7-second dump button like you have in radio. There's nobody there minding the shop.
Well, right, but the technology exists. It's a choice that Facebook is making. So if you want to talk about the choice Facebook is making to exercise some quality control over the content they allow to be produced on their site, well, that's a very different story. Just as they do with respect to, just posting on your Facebook page or Twitter accounts that have been deleted. Now, you can argue about the standards and so forth, but Facebook and Twitter and other private enterprises have every right to impose standards for your access to their site, to their platform. And I don't see why they couldn't do this with Facebook Live. That's a completely different conversation. That's a reasonable discussion. Banning Facebook Live, having the government take it down because of its misuse by criminals, I don't find that compelling.
And just so you know, the police are questioning a juvenile who was involved in filming of the incident. That's all they have in custody.
Ralph and Rantoul, help us make sense of this.
Oh, no problem. In the past, you used to have to go through a filter, and you'd either have to get a job. The access to the airwaves, be it video, televised, or be it radio. You used to have to, work at it, and the access to the live microphones was limited. And so
now anybody can get a radio show.
Well, they can't.
Let's not go there. But everybody can have access, even if it's cut off, instantly to this sort of thing. So what we're seeing is just unfiltered human nature, and some of it's pretty ugly.
Yes.
The other thing, too, not to lose sight of, is talking about people looking for fame or whatever. You can't really. If Facebook wanted to do quality control, obviously, you're right, they could do that. But, of course, think about it would drive away potential users because it wouldn't be so quick to see your stuff online. His business model would be altered because imagine the number of people required in his overhead at that point to monitor 1 billion users and all the garbage that gets posted.
Well, thanks for the call, Ralph. Well, I mean, look, here's the deal with that. I mean, that may well be true, but let's have the discussion and let's make it clear and have Zuckerberg make it clear what Facebook is willing or not willing to do with respect to quality control on content, so everybody knows the parameters, and then you can make your choices about patronizing that particular business.
I don't want him to decide. I want the government to shut it down. I don't trust Mark Zuckerberg.
Well, I know what you want, and I just disagree, and I'm suggesting an alternative viewpoint. We'll take more alternative viewpoints right after this.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Coming up next, your phone calls, 312-642-5600. Should Facebook Live be shut down? But first, here's your forecast. Partly sunny today, colder, a high of 38 degrees. Let's get into our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Amy, hope it's okay if we do this live. It's heavy on the inbound Edens right now.
Oh.
Zing!
We'll do it live. Inbound Edens jammed Dundee to past Winnetka Road. There was a crash there, but all lanes have now reopened. The damage is done. 45 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 32. Kennedy, 52 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. 23 from Montrose, 22 in the Express. Outbound 37 at the airport. Eisenhower, 58 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 54 after a crash at 17th. Stevenson, 58 minutes, 3:55 to the Drive. The Rhine is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-States, though, 95th, much of the way to 47th, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Hey, March is National Sleep Awareness Month, and we all know how important a good night's sleep is to our health, and many of us have sleep-related issues, and our pillow is a major reason why. MyPillow, though, has a March offer. Through March, you'll receive 50% off the 4-pack. 2 premium MyPillows, 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows. With MyPillow, you can move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need, regardless of sleep position. You'll get into a deep sleep faster and stay there longer. It's made in the USA. It has a 10-year warranty, washable, dryable, and a 60-day money-back guarantee. So get your 50% off 4-pack by calling 800-489-0201. Use the promo code Amy. And if you've been putting off purchasing a MyPillow, don't. It's finally time to get a great night's sleep. Go to MyPillow.com, promo code Amy.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
They're just awesome. They keep asking me, what am I doing? I told them what I did with my cholesterol. I had the blood test, right? And it went down 100 points. 262, now it's 162. Everything is just perfect.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
I'm worried that my employees are costing me a fortune every month in damaged or missing inventory. I'm not sure how to solve this problem or who to turn to.
Alarm Detection Systems installs video cameras that watch over your place of business, reduce loss, and increase profits with advanced security. ADS is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
I can't get the alarm company on the phone to save my life. My alarm's going off all the time, and I don't know why. It's driving me crazy.
Call Alarm Detection Systems. We have live reps answering our phones 24/7, 365. No auto attendant. Call 630-844-6300. Get better customer service in return. Alarm Detection Systems is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com. Alarm license number 127000143.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, I am trying to explain the difference between evil and the instrumentality for evil, and I'm not persuading Amy, so I need help.
No, I'm not budging on this issue.
I really need help. I mean, in so many ways, but just this particular one for now. Dawn in Wheeling, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Amy, I have a question for you. If a woman dresses in a form-fitting dress or a pair of pants and she gets raped, do you blame how she's dressed or do you blame the rapist?
I blame the rapists.
Okay, so this is kind of like the same thing.
I don't think it's like the same thing. I honestly, in this conjecture on my part, I do not think she would have been gang raped had it not been for Facebook Live.
So these...
Because it's this, look at me,
I think
society.
I just think that the people would have done it whether there was a camera in front of them or not, because that's just in their nature.
Well, we'll find out when they're...
Thanks for the call, Dawn.
And we will find out when they're charged and go to court.
Right, and we're going to find out that but for Facebook Live, they would have been upstanding citizens.
No. Well, in court, you always throw in character witnesses. Oh, he's a good kid.
Right, so...
Facebook made him do it.
So, well, right, well, you're lampooning that, but that's what you're saying at the same time.
Well, I'm sure that's what the public defender is going to
I'm
argue,
talking about your position on it. If you're suggesting that without Facebook Live, they wouldn't have committed this rape, whoever are the responsible parties, that's what you're suggesting. And I'm suggesting sarcastically that but for Facebook Live, they're upstanding citizens.
I don't know, Dan.
I doubt it. Obviously not.
And I'm still sick about those 40 people who watched it and didn't call police. I mean, granted, they called the victim's mom, but call 911.
Phil in Buffalo Grove.
Good morning.
Hey, Phil.
Amy, you got a great heart. And
what about my heart?
Part of me understands where you're coming from. Dan, you had a heart once, but it's okay.
I did.
Change.
I need a transplant to get one.
Right. Chains. So we use chains for all sorts of good things. We use them to pull people out of the snow, to haul things, to tie things up when we need that extra strength. But chains have also been used to cause amazing harm.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Phil. I mean, it's, Mike and Joliet, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, guys. Amy, your knee-jerk reaction to this is equivalent to saying that if we just got rid of the guns, there'd be no more violence. You and I both know that if there was no Facebook Live, these guys still would have raped her, and they would have recorded it on VHS and passed it around to all their friends. And if there was no VHS, they would have still raped her in front of a bunch of her friends. The end result is the same.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Bob in Waukegan.
Yeah, Dan and Amy, love your show. Love your mind, Dan.
Thank you.
And just
what about
love
my heart?
Amy.
What about
Period.
my heart?
But like Uncle
Together
John
we're a complete
Candy and
person.
Uncle Buck, these 5 or 6 kids need to have radical vasectomies performed. I have 2 daughters, and I would volunteer to do them for these kids. But we should keep Facebook on. We should keep Facebook on because now we have 6 future criminals who are already criminals going to be locked up for a long time because they would have done it whether there was Facebook or not because they're animals.
Thanks for the call, Bob. Yeah, and now you have a video evidence, right? Paul in Lake Forest.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
I believe in the premise that market for socialism, test city for socialism. And in doing that, our politicians nationally and, of course, locally are just sacrificing the African-American culture in an attempt to get gun control.
Okay, thanks for the call, Paul. We're going to have to leave this discussion here, Amy, because We got Steve Moore coming up at 7:37 to talk Obamacare replace.
And later, exactly what are they teaching during sex ed at Evanston High School? Take the class with us at 8:38. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
28 degrees, some clouds. House Republicans with a busy day ahead. They're preparing for tomorrow's floor vote on their plan to repeal and replace Obamacare. Supreme Court nominee Neil Gorsuch says religious litmus tests are inappropriate and the free exercise of religion is protected by the Constitution. Just some of the comments made by Gorsuch at his long Senate confirmation hearing yesterday. Airlines are scrambling to comply with the ban on most electronic devices in the cabin of nonstop flights to the U.S. from 10 airports in the Middle East and North Africa. The man who withdrew his nomination as President Trump's labor secretary amid questions and controversy is leaving his job as CEO at a fast food company. Andrew Puzder has been head of the company that owns Carl's Jr. and Hardee's since 2000. A man accused of kidnapping and sexually assaulting 2 women recently in suburban Skokie while impersonating an Uber driver was ordered held without bond yesterday. Musad Afandi was in Cook County Court. Police say Afandi assaulted both victims on separate occasions after picking them up outside of a Chicago bar and driving them to Skokie. Doctors say a baby girl from Africa who's recovering from a risky surgery should be able to lead a normal life. 10-month-old Dominique was born in the Ivory Coast with a not fully developed conjoined twin. Surgeons, including Dr. John Rugi, had to separate bone, blood vessels, and nerves in a 6-hour operation at Advocate Children's Hospital in Park Ridge.
It was as if the twin, from the waist down, had been attached to the back of Dominique's neck. And there was a pelvis and bladder and functional legs that moved and feet coming out of the back of Dominique's neck.
More than 50 doctors and nurses are now caring for Dominique at Advocate Children's in Park Ridge. Chicago sports. Canucks over the Blackhawks 5-4 last night. Toronto beat the Bulls 122-120 in overtime. Cactus League play. White Sox suffer a 4-3 loss to the Rangers. Meantime, Sox host the A's today while the Cubs take on the Reds tonight. The news service of Burger King breakfast. What's the best place to have your breakfast? How about on a warm croissant? Right now at Burger King, get 2 Croissantwich breakfast sandwiches for just $4. A light, flaky croissant piled high with savory sausage or delicious thick-cut smoked bacon. 2 Croissantwich, $4, only at Burger King. Price and participation vary. 7:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Okay, keep your eyes closed.
Okay.
I want to show you my first ever painting.
All right.
Okay. Open your eyes.
Oh, that's a lot of colors and shapes.
So be honest. What do you think?
Well, I like how if you switch to Geico, you could save hundreds of dollars on car insurance.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Here, why don't I hold your paintbrush while you call them?
Geico, because saving 15% or more on car insurance is always a great answer.
Raj Shah, host of Secure Retirement Radio.
I believe not only in protecting your retirement and making the growth going forward, but also having a tax-efficient retirement as well, because you want your retirement portfolios to generate an income stream that will last for your life, for your spouse's life, and if you have kids, that will pass on to the next generation as well.
Tune in for Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah, Sunday mornings at 7 here on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, best beans, best roast, best coffee.
Writing job descriptions, sifting through resumes, setting up interviews. Hiring's hard, but Indeed.com makes it easier. Post your job, manage candidates, schedule interviews, all on Indeed. And since independent research shows that Indeed delivers 5 times more hires than any other job site, easy works. Right now we're giving new users a $50 credit to post a sponsored job on the world's #1 job site. Claim your $50 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms, conditions, and quality standards apply.
If you're stressed out about credit card debt, medical bills, or collection accounts, there is help. For over 20 years, Family Financial Education Foundation, a nonprofit organization, has helped thousands of people get out of debt. And their #1 source of new clients is referrals from existing clients. Call now and find out what Family Financial can do for you. Call 877-789-4173. 877-789-4173. Not available in all states, not a loan company.
7:35. A check of the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Edens is jammed. Dundee to past Winnetka Road after a crash. 45 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 32. Kennedy, 52 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 37. The Eisenhower is 1 hour from Thorndale to the post office, outbound an hour and 4 minutes after a crash at 17th. Stevenson, 58 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39. Ryan is 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Veterans Memorial slow going now from 75th to the Reagan Tollway. And traffic is a service of PioneerElectronics.com. Receiving traffic updates can make or break your commute. What if you could get traffic reports displayed on a map in real time and always at your fingertips? With Pioneer's in-dash GPS navigation, you can. Visit PioneerElectronics.com/Chicago to find a retailer. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Partly sunny and colder today, a high of 38. Currently 28 at O'Hare, 29 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so the big vote tomorrow on the President and the Speaker of the House's plan to replace Obamacare. Paul Ryan remains confident that he'll have the 218 votes he needs, and in part, as he contended yesterday, because in the legislation is a lot of victories for conservatives.
We've been working with all of our members on many of their concerns, and I would simply say that a lot of the members' concerns have been incorporated in this process. And so if you take a look at what we've been able to add to this bill, the things that are huge conservative wins, giving states the ability to take a total block grant for Medicaid, giving states the incentive to have work requirements, preventing non-expansion states from expanding and gaming the system. This is the most pro-life legislation we've had since partial birth abortion. It's a massive tax cut, and we made the tax cuts effective in 2017. All of those things were requests by these members. And so in this day and age, and in this business, in politics, if you get 85% of what you want, that's pretty darn good.
And the Wall Street Journal editorial board agrees with Speaker Ryan on that. And, you know, we talk about and read from pundits and economists and policymakers all the time, but there's a woman that I correspond with routinely who listens to the show, and I'm not going to say her name because I don't know if she wants me to say her name, but she's really bright. She's, you know, my intellectual equal.
Oh.
That's how smart she is.
Wow, this is a huge compliment
Yeah.
for her.
And that's exactly
You
right.
two smarty pants, I hope you have a great friendship.
But listen, and she's conservative, and she's a conservative reformer. And listen to what she wrote in this email to me about this topic, because I think it's interesting just to hear from somebody who's in touch and in tune and thinking about these things. And here's her perspective. We can't let our individualism and war history, meaning the last primary battle, stand in the way of our first real chance to do something real legislatively. All the votes Republicans took to repeal Obamacare in the past don't matter. We have to forget about those. They were done when times were different and there was no chance they'd go forward. Now, for the first time in more than a decade, or almost a decade, we have the votes to do something with a simple majority, and there's no excuse not to do so. I understand that the bill doesn't go far enough. I don't completely trust the establishment that came up with it, but it's only a first step. I believe Kudlow and Brady when they say this must go forward in steps, and I'm aggravated that my heroes in the Freedom Caucus don't see that. Why don't they trust the man we elected to the highest office? Why don't they trust Price to obliterate the regulations that are strangling the healthcare free market? All good questions, and I'm ceding my time to my friend who I correspond with to demand responses to those questions from our friend, Steve Moore, chief economist for the Heritage Foundation and a Wall Street Journal columnist. Steve, thanks for joining us.
Hi, good morning, guys.
Good morning. So what about those questions posed by my friend I correspond with about challenging the Freedom Caucus's position and essentially suggesting that this has to get done, even though it's imperfect.
I couldn't agree more. I think this woman is spot on. Not my mother, by the way.
It is not. It is not Mrs. Moore. Not Mrs. Moore.
But no, I think it's spot on. In fact, Larry Kudlow and I and Art Laffer just wrote a piece, for the members of Congress. We co-signed a letter saying pretty much exactly that. That no, yeah, there are a lot of imperfections in this bill. If we were, writing it, would we have written it exactly like this? No. But I think her main points are spot on. That this does cut the taxes. Look, let's look at the big picture here. This is the first time in my lifetime, or your lifetime, or anyone perhaps listen to the show's lifetime, that we've actually rolled back a major entitlement program. And this is a big deal. This is a monumental victory for the free market, conservative, free enterprise movement. And for people, I would think it would be an astounding mistake if my friends like Ted Cruz and Rand Paul and Mike Lee, who I love, I think they're the three best senators we have. If they were to vote this down because it doesn't have exactly what they want in it, I think they would be missing an historic opportunity. And there is a lot of truth to what this woman said. It's exactly what Larry and I have been saying. You can fix this thing as it goes along, but don't miss this magic moment. This is epic. Well, if we can get rid of this bill, there are imperfections. I had breakfast with Rand Paul a couple of days ago, and he went through them, and there are a lot of things that are infuriating in this bill. But the big picture is it's a big victory for our side.
Well, can you give us some bullet points of what those senators want, particularly Rand Paul?
Well, Rand Paul makes the point, and I don't know if I agree with him on this, that this tax credit, this refundable tax credit, is really a new entitlement program. And, a refundable tax credit is essentially the federal government giving cash to a person who doesn't have a tax liability. And those are obviously low-income people who don't have any they don't pay any taxes, so you can't give them a tax cut to help pay for their tax, for their health insurance. So what the government essentially would be doing would be giving them a cash subsidy. Now, my argument to Rand is, look, this isn't really an entitlement. It's more like a voucher system. It's like we're giving them the cash so they can go out and buy the insurance they want, rather than putting all these people in Medicaid, which is the worst health insurance system in the world. And my belief, and I think Rand agrees with this, that if people can shop around, they will be smart consumers. They will get better health care. Competition is a good thing. It drives down costs. So that's one of his concerns. There are other concerns. It doesn't entirely get rid of something called the essential benefit package, which says that anyone who buys insurance has to purchase a laundry list of items that are covered, everything from contraceptives to dental care and so on. Why not let people just go out and buy whatever insurance package they want? So, yeah, there are flaws in the bill, and I respect it. As I said, I respect Rand, but I said, Rand, look, are you kidding me? You're the libertarian in the Senate. We're going to roll back. This cuts government spending by $1 trillion over the next 10 years. We need your vote on this. And I think, by the way, I think in the end he probably will vote for it.
President Trump, in meetings with members of Congress yesterday, including his friend Mark Meadows, head of the House Freedom Caucus, said if people don't vote for this, they may lose their seats in 2018. Now, some people interpreted that as a threat. I interpreted that more as just his prognostication about what the political landscape will be if a Republican Congress and a Republican president don't replace Obamacare between now and then.
Yeah, I totally agree with your analysis there. I think, look, this is going to get done because it has to get done. Now, I know we call the Republican Party the stupid party, but this would be a monumental act of idiocy if the Republicans failed to get rid of Obamacare. It was the central promise that Republicans have been making for 7 years to the voter. Give us power, and we will get rid of this horrible program. And by the way, the argument that the Democrats, of course, are making is, oh my gosh, if we get rid of Obamacare, all these people are going to lose their health insurance. And, that report that came out last week, 20 million people are going to lose their health insurance. Folks, wake up. If we stay on the current course we're on, with insurance prices going up 25% per year, in a few years, nobody's going to have health insurance. It's going to be too expensive for anyone. The Obamacare has created a death spiral in the insurance market, where the only people who are getting insurance are practical. Literally, almost literally, people were in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. It's like if your house were burning down and you call up the insurance company and said, "Can I have fire insurance?" I mean, so the system is imploding rapidly before our very eyes. I talked to some insurance executives who say if we don't do something about Obamacare, we could see in many, many states a doubling of premiums next year. Well, nobody's going to buy it, and then we're not going to have anybody having health insurance.
So with this new plan, I mean, the premiums will be lowered?
Oh, well, that's a good question. I mean, I think there's the tough part of this is how do you get from A to B? How do we get from this horrible system that is Obamacare, and by the way, the system that was before it, which wasn't very good as well, to a true free market system where people have competition, where they have choices, where people can buy the kind of insurance that they want, where you can shop around. And it's so interesting to me. I've made this point on your show before, but it's worth repeating. That the only two industries in America where we have raging inflation are healthcare and education, and those are the two industries managed and regulated and operated by government. If you get government out of the way of the insurance market, health insurance, I actually think you'll get higher quality care. Costs will come down. It will become more affordable to everybody. And if some people need a subsidy, just give them a cash subsidy and let them go out and buy health insurance. So the answer is, I think in the short term, I'm not so sure about that, Amy, but I think, over the next 3, 5, 10 years, yes, insurance prices will come down very dramatically under this new system.
Now, in addition, an additional contextual argument that's being made to recalcitrant members of the House, Republican members of the House on this bill, is that the failure to replace Obamacare would endanger the structural tax reform that's in the offing, the reduction in corporate and personal income taxes. Do you agree that the two are connected?
Just peripherally, and I don't think there's a lot to that. We're going to get this tax cut done. I mean, I'm going to jump off the John Hancock building if we don't get this tax cut done.
Okay, Spider Steve.
Because it's got to get done. And those are the two things. I mean, look, Republicans have two mandates from the voters. They've got to do. They've got to get this Obamacare repealed, and they've got to get this tax cut done. And I think the mistake they've made looking back, look, I said this from the beginning, do the tax cut first, because the tax cut was actually easier. And the problem is that Obamacare is taking so long to get eliminated and to put forward this new system that the tax cut has been put on the back burner, and I think investors are getting nervous about whether this is going to happen this year at all. But I think there's a high probability it will. And there are a bunch of stupid tax credits in this bill and this and that, which I could live without. But the fact is that we're going to get the business tax cut done. There was a report that just came and didn't get much publicity 2 weeks ago from the Congressional Budget Office, which is the government's own scores, that confirmed the United States has the highest corporate tax rate in the world, and it also confirmed that because of these high tax rates, more and more businesses are leaving the United States. Now, don't you think, Dan and Amy, the alarm bells should be going off in Washington? There's something wrong when American companies are leaving for Canada or Ireland or China or Mexico. That if we want to bring them back, we've got to fix the tax system.
Well, not to mention, I'm like a D.C. politician. I've already spent the money I expect to realize from the tax cuts, so it better happen.
Well, the good news is we're going to also try. I have to say I was pretty proud of Trump and his budget. I mean, he was you could tell that it was a good budget by the squealing that was going on in Washington. Oh my God! When you want to drain that swamp, the people in the swamp are not too happy.
All right, he is Steve Moore, Wall Street Journal columnist, chief economist for the Heritage Foundation. Steve, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Guys, have a great week.
You too.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, plastic surgery for your pets. Oh, yeah. And a wheelchair for a goldfish. Oh, boy. But first, here's your forecast. Partly sunny skies today, some high clouds right now, but the big concern is the cold. We're not used to this. A wind chill right now of 18 degrees. Air temperature high today of 38 degrees. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy, a shower in the afternoon, a high of 48. And on Friday, Dan, make your tea time. It's going to be cloudy, breezy, warm, a high of 72. Let's get into the Alarm Detection System Traffic Center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Eastbound I-80 is all bottled up from Humboldt to the Des Plaines River Bridge. There's a reported crash. Seeing delays on southbound 53 from the Adams Toll way to Higgins, where there's some tire debris in a center lane. The Edens has delays starting on the eastbound spur at Waukegan Road. There was an earlier crash past Winnetka. Gone now. It's 29 minutes Lakehoe to Montrose, outbound 38. The Kennedy, 47 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 41. The Ike, an hour and 4 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound an hour 5. Stevenson, an hour and 12 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 45 minutes. Ryan is 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, slow Hollywood to North Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound Oakwood to the Stevenson. Tri-State southbound, it's now slow from 120 to Eau Plaine. Northbound 115th to 87th. Archer to the Hinsdale Oasis. And from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue Curve. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Hey, Sean Hannity here with some exciting automotive news. Woodfield Nissan is now offering their biggest markdowns in March. Woodfield Nissan has a huge selection of 2017 Nissan Altimas, Sentras, and Rogues, and more now available with 0% APR financing for 72 months. The time to buy is now. The place to buy is Woodfield Nissan in Hoffman Estates. Woodfield Nissan has a massive Nissan inventory and massive Nissan savings all month long. This will be your chance to lease a new Nissan Sentra for only $99 a month and $29.99 down. Or a 2017 brand new Nissan Rogue, now only $149 a month with $34.99 down. Buy your next new Nissan at Woodfield Nissan in Hoffman Estates. Just 2 miles west of the Woodfield Shopping Mall at Golf and Higgins, or just go to woodfieldnissan.com.
Plus tax, title, license, and doc fee. Includes all manufacturers' incentives and rebates. Example of savings is on a 2016 Nissan Titan XD. Model number 56816. $1,389 for $1,000 financed. 2017 Sentra. 2017 Rogue. 2 available at this price.
If you're missing teeth or even a single tooth, dental implants are a fantastic way to regain your confidence, your smile, your dental health. Hi, it's Mike Gallagher. You hear a lot of people screaming at you about dental implants. Get it done in a day, or we can treat everybody, or hundreds of thousands of implants. Look, successful implants don't come from an implant factory. What you don't hear talked about is skill, treatment, and installation. These are what make for successful lifelong implants. And that's why you need to see Dr. Noruzzi at Fox River Periodontics. Dr. Noruzzi is the recommended choice of dentists that don't do implants. You need the experience, skill, and honesty that 24 years of dental implants brings.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants.
Call Fox River Periodontics, 630-232-7400, 630-232-7400, or just remember, implantsforme.com, implantsforme.com.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity, sponsored by Upstream-Ideas.com. College campuses are places of quote-unquote emotional coddling and quote-unquote intellectual impoverishment, so wrote leftist New York Times columnist Frank Bruni. The student protesters couldn't look at me directly because if they had, they would have seen another human being, wrote Middlebury College professor Allison Stanger, a self-identified liberal, who suffered a concussion as a result of being assaulted by leftist students protesting the presence of eminent sociologist Dr. Charles Murray on campus. At Middlebury, Stanger was mugged by the reality, quite literally, that there is no safe space for dissent from the established campus orthodoxy. In her description of the violence, Stanger offers the cliched contention that we are at a boiling point. Are we? Were we at a boiling point during the Obama presidency? Or is it more accurate to say that thuggery is what leftist students have been taught since the 1960s by the Che Guevara set in academia and subsequently learned to use alternatively in collaboration with them or against them to extract what they want?
You're never too old to learn something new, especially when it concerns your golden years. Join North Shore Capital Group at their retirement educational classes held at local colleges in your community. Each class is an interactive workshop that's held over 2 sessions and includes a workbook for you to keep and follow. Instructor Victor Rigoni will provide you with the tools and guidance to help you reach your personal finance retirement goals. At the end of the full class, you'll receive an opportunity to book an independent, complimentary consultation so that you can implement a proper retirement strategy. It's never too late to educate yourself about retirement. Call Colleen to book your class, 847-735-9200. That's 847-735-9200. North Shore Capital Group Incorporated, an independent firm with securities offered through Summit Brokerage Services, Inc., member FINRA SIPC, and advisory services offered through Summit Financial Group, Inc., a registered investment advisor. 847-735-9200, 250 East Illinois Road, Suite 201, Lake Forest, Illinois, 60045.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that this product works. I even recommended it to my mother, and she's been taking it, and she's 89 years old.
It makes me feel good. It really does. I could feel a change in my well-being, let's put it that way.
So far, it has helped my irritable bowel. So I'm just praying that it just keeps going, because you don't know. This was a dreadful thing. Dreadful.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Balance of Nature, you guys are awesome. God bless you.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
Do you have a family? Would you like to help make sure they'll be taken care of if anything were to happen to you? If you answered yes, you probably need life insurance. Now, do you think life insurance is expensive? If you answered yes to that too, you definitely need to give AIG Direct a call. We could find you a $250,000 policy for just $14 a month, which means you could save hundreds of dollars a year. Call us now for a free, no-obligation quote. 1-800-400-8249. Since 1995, we've helped millions of people find out if they could save up to 70% on their term life insurance. See how affordably we can help you protect your family. Call AIG Direct now for your free quote. 1-800-400-8249. You could save up to 70%. That's 1-800-400-8249. 1-800-400-8249.
AM 560, The Answer.
Let not your heart be troubled. Listen to me, Sean Hannity. I'll have the latest news and what it all means for you. It's coming up at 2 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so dogs are getting facelifts, nose jobs, and ball implants, and that demands the question be asked, do you want your dog to look like Nancy Pelosi? And yes, I'm talking about the ball implants.
Oh, yeah. No, what they're doing is some pet owners who want to glam up their canines, to make them more photogenic, they're putting Botox. I'm not kidding you. Botox,
this is animal abuse.
And to perk up the ears of a Doberman, there's nose jobs, there's facelifts, and those testicular implants you're talking about are ball implants. Yeah. Give me a pair of them. They're helping neutered pets regain their masculinity.
Boy.
So get this. So
the Illinois Republican Party could use some of those. That's from the Amish texter.
And guess what the number one breed is that's getting ball implants? Bulldogs, English bulldogs.
Yeah.
Oh, so sad.
That little bitch that you bring to work.
Stop it.
Well.
It's my service dog. In 2011, get this, people spent $62 million on plastic surgery,
which is
for
also
their pets.
That's also the amount that Nancy Pelosi spent on plastic surgery in 2011.
Stop.
It's weird,
People
the symmetry.
Also, they want to have paternity leave because there's one woman who can't paternity leave.
Paternity.
Right, because she can't have children. And anyone out there who's had a puppy, you know that having a puppy is similar to having a newborn baby because you have to care for them constantly, take them out. So she's trying to get 3 months of paternity leave. In exchange.
So she can comfort her dog after he gets ball implants. Can't say that enough.
And also, too, there's a fish wheelchair because this fish.
What?
Yeah, you've got to see it online. It's so cute because my goldfish had the same problem. They have a bladder problem where they float upside down and backwards, and they're just twirling aimlessly in the bowl. And you think, should I just flush it, or maybe I can get it a wheelchair? And this one guy designed a wheelchair for his fish so that it would be submerged enough to have a happy life. And he just uses a little wheelchair and putters along on the bottom of the
It would
tank.
just let me die, said the goldfish to his owner.
Well, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
we'll talk to Carl Cannon, who's got a revelatory piece on the Southern Law Poverty Center at 8:08.
And later, join us as we take a sex ed class at Evanston High School. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're following right now. A man accused of sexual assault while impersonating an Uber driver. We'll have that story after Fox News, WIND, Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. Why does President Trump want the bill to replace Obamacare passed so quickly? Because of what's next.
Our Republican majority will pass massive, historic tax reform.
The president at a Republican congressional dinner. A House vote is set for tomorrow, but up to 30 conservatives may not support the bill.
Even if they figure out a way to muscle this through the House of Representatives, there are still problems in the United States Senate.
The Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, is confident that he can move a bill next week, but there are Republicans who seem to be dropping off this bill left and right.
Fox's Chad Pergram. Democrats hope the bill fails, saying millions would lose their health insurance. Amid all the scrutiny of any Russian connections to President Trump's campaign, his ex-campaign manager is linked to Russia again, something from more than a decade ago. Fox's John Decker live at the White House.
Undercutting an assertion from the White House that Paul Manafort never worked for Russian interests is a new report that alleges he secretly worked for a Russian billionaire to advance the interests of President Vladimir Putin. The AP reports that Manafort in June of 2005 proposed a $10 million plan to influence politics and news coverage inside the U.S. that would undermine anti-Russian opposition. In a statement to Fox News, Manafort said that he worked for Oleg Deripaska almost a decade ago, but his work, he said, did not involve representing Russian political interests. Dave?
Johnson Senate Democrats cite the Trump-Russia probe and calling for a delay in the Supreme Court confirmation vote. Republican Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley calls that ridiculous. Neil Gorsuch's hearing resumes in a half hour. There are some protests in Rockville, Maryland, after two immigrant students, at least one of whom here illegally, were charged with raping a 14-year-old girl in a high school bathroom.
I don't really want my child in with a criminal that is, that just walked across our border.
But Superintendent Jack Smith says it's right and the law to admit all students, and it's wrong to paint everyone with a broad brush over one terrible incident. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
"28 degrees. We have cloudy skies. Winds out of the north at 15. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. On AM 560, The Answer, Chicago police continue to search for a group of people accused of raping a 15-year-old girl on Facebook Live. Authorities say as many as 6 suspects were involved in that attack, and about 40 people viewed that sexual assault online, but according to activist Andrew Holmes, did not report it.
And if you seen the video and you see how disturbing it was, then you should have picked up the phone and called the Chicago Police Department.
The teen had been missing for a couple of days before she was located yesterday morning. Jesse Jackson Jr. is claiming in court he and his estranged wife Sandy are $1.8 million in debt. That follows a divorce hearing yesterday here in Chicago. The congressman telling reporters the couple will have to sell their Washington, D.C. home and other instruments in order to pay for attorneys and mortgages. Doctors say a baby girl from Africa who is recovering from a risky surgery at a Chicago area hospital should be able to lead a normal life. 10-month-old Dominique was born in the Ivory Coast with a not fully developed conjoined twin, which was removed during a 6-hour dicey operation at Advocate Children's Hospital in Park Ridge earlier this month. Canucks beat the Blackhawks last night 5-4. Raptors over the Bulls 122-120. Cactus League play yesterday. White Sox lost to the Rangers. Sox host the A's later today, while the Cubs take on the Reds underneath the lights. The news a service of Accountemps. When you could use help closing your books and need additional staff, it's time to call Accountemps. They can provide you with bookkeepers and other accounting and finance pros on a temporary or project basis, and fast. Call today. Accountemps, a Robert Half company. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. From the Fox Business Network and a service of Turnkey.pro, here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Sears Holdings is expressing substantial doubt that it can stay in business. The parent company of Sears and Kmart stores says in a filing to the Securities and Exchange Commission that it can't be sure it will be able to raise enough money to keep operating. The company has already sold Craftsman tools to Stanley Black & Decker and spun off Land's End. FedEx stepped up its operation in anticipation of a dramatic increase in holiday packages, but the crush of deliveries didn't happen. FedEx Chief Financial Officer Alan Graff says we provided that capacity that went unused. Preppy fashion company J.Crew is reporting sales declined at the start of this year after a disappointing 2016. The Dow dropped 237 points yesterday. The Nasdaq was down 107. S&P lost 29. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
8:05 in Chicago, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Stop the runaround. Continental Audi of Naperville puts you in the driver's seat with straight talk and no hassle. Plus, We offer maintenance valet service and VIP loyalty rewards after the sale. It's the Continental difference. Right now, lease a sporty Audi A3 for $379 a month, or the legendary Audi Q5 for $399 a month. Continental Audi at Naperville has a large selection, including more than 300 new and pre-driven vehicles ready to drive. Plus, qualified buyers get 1.9% financing on certified Audis. Drive an Audi and feel the difference in your driving enjoyment. Drive an Audi from Continental, and you'll know the difference an exceptional dealership can make. Experience the Continental Audi difference. ContinentalAudi.com.
36-month lease, $33.94 for the A3 due-at signing and $34.14 Q5 due-at signing. Includes first month's payment, no security taxes extra. Subject to credit approval through Audi Financial Services.
5 times more hires are made through Indeed.com than any other job site, according to independent research. Imagine a lottery that had 5 times more winners, or a Sunday with 5 times more touchdowns. When you're hiring, it makes 5 times more sense to use Indeed. Right now, we're giving new users a $50 credit to post a sponsored job on the world's #1 job site. Claim your $50 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms, conditions, and quality standards apply.
Wesley had IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Coming after my house, my car. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
Wesley called Optima Tax Relief.
Oh, they were great people. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-748-5713. 800-748-5713. Optima Tax Relief.
8:07. Let's check the roads in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center with Jim.
Thanks, Mike. Eastbound I-80 has a jam from Humboldt to the Des Plaines River Bridge. There's a reported crash. The Edens has improved quite a bit. 21 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 27. The Kennedy, 45 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 31 from Montrose, 29 to the Express. Outbound 41 to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour and 4 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, 50 minutes from Manheim. Outbound an hour and 5 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 12 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 45 minutes. The Ryan is 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. On the northbound tri-state, delays are from Harlem to the 83rd Street toll, from the Mile Long Bridge most of the way to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue curve. Reagan Tollway is sluggish from the Fox River to 59, Veterans Memorial, slow 63rd to the Reagan Tollway, and Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Colder with partial sunshine today, high 38. Mostly cloudy night, low 28. Mostly cloudy skies tomorrow and tomorrow night. An afternoon shower in spots and a bit of rain at night, high 48, low 44. Breezy with a brief shower Friday, high 72. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently, we have 29 at O'Hare. Next news at 8:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the IRS Radio Hour with attorney Stephen Leahy every Sunday afternoon at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, it turns out that Jim Comey, once upon a time seen as sort of an Elliot Ness, is now sort of an Elliot mess. According to a survey done by Harvard Harris and reported exclusively to The Hill, only 17% of registered voters in America have a favorable view of Comey compared to 35% who have a negative view of him. So he's upside down 2-1. And interestingly, 41% of Democrats have an unfavorable view of Comey to 12 that view him positively. So, 3.5-1. And that's probably has a lot to do with his treatment of Hillary Clinton before the election. And he's break even with Republicans 26-27. And, it's because of being political and being seen as being political and kind of all over the map. And I made this point yesterday, in particular with his comments during his testimony before the House Intelligence Committee on Putin not liking Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, he
And
seemed to be on her side. It was very strange.
Well, it's just, what does that have to do with anything within your purview?
Well, yeah, and he went on to say when they realized that she was going to win, they changed their strategy almost. It was very bizarre.
He's not a cable news pundit. He's the FBI director, and he's getting out over his skis, and people are recognizing that. I made this point yesterday. Mark Stein subsequently made it with Tucker Carlson last night.
After you advised him.
Great minds think alike, but his sounds better with a British accent.
This investigation, this furor, is actually doing Putin's bidding more than having some cabinet secretary in his pocket would. So today's hearings were bizarre in a very particular way. And when someone like Comey says, Vladimir Putin absolutely hates Hillary Clinton, what business is that of a domestic law enforcement agency? Why the hell is the FBI wasting its time trying to figure out what Vladimir Putin thinks of some washed-up has-been presidential candidate?
Yeah, what he said was what I said. Now let's hear what Carl Cannon has to say. Carl Cannon, Washington editor for RealClearPolitics.com.
Hey.
Joins us now. Carl, thanks for being with us.
How are you, Ken?
Good. So, Jonah Goldberg has a piece in National Review today saying, essentially, that arguing that Republicans are finding it hard to play defense for Trump, that Trump has stepped on the opportunity to have Republicans focus on a crime that was committed, the only crime we know that was committed, which is the leaking of General Flynn's name, because of allegations that are not substantiated that the president has made about surveillance of Trump Tower. Is that your sense of the sense on the Hill, and they're doing the best they can at the House Intel Committee and in the caucuses generally?
Well, nobody knows quite why President Trump tweeted that about the Obama administration spying on him. It doesn't seem to have helped their cause. And the press corps in the White House has been beating up on Sean Spicer for weeks now to try to get him explained, but he doesn't know either. But look, that's not really the point here. I mean, Trump's tweets allow the Democrats, to be able to focus on other things, but I don't think the press necessarily should. This will come out or it won't come out, but the more important thing to me is what you said. Look, there's either been a crime has been committed, several crimes, classified information from wiretaps and other sources in an FBI or CIA investigation. It was leaked to the New York Times, the Washington Post repeatedly, all of them making Donald Trump look bad. Those are crimes. So we know that. Is there a larger crime committed? Did the Russian regime of Vladimir Putin try and interfere with the U.S. election? Well, that should be investigated too. But that would be maybe a worse crime, but it doesn't necessarily excuse, what the intelligence community has, how they've tried to undermine the President of the United States.
Well, what exactly then is the FBI looking for? I mean, we learned the other day at the House Intel hearing that the FBI started an inquiry, quote unquote, into Trump aides that might have links to the Kremlin last July, so long before the election. But what does that mean for Trump and his administration?
Well, I mean, the idea, was let's just, speak English because the FBI doesn't, right? What they're looking at is to see whether Paul Manafort and people in Trump Tower with whom Trump was close colluded with the Russians to upend Hillary Clinton's chance in the election. Did the Trump people know about the WikiLeaks thing? Did they steer it? Did they cheer it on? Did they do these things secretly with Russian agents? That's what the FBI is looking at. They probably should look at it. There hasn't been any evidence to that effect yet. And in terms of your question, is it a distraction from the Trump presidency? I tend to look at it that way, although, let's be fair, if the Democrats, sincere Democrats, not the kind you see on TV, but if they really think this election was stolen from them, they have a right to be irritated by that and be angry about it and to want something to happen about it.
Yeah, they also have a responsibility to produce evidence. And I mean, I guess my question is, after 8 months, if how difficult it is it to make a determination of that sort? It seems to me that Comey is slow walking this investigation. I don't know if it's to protect his job or what, but this seems to be going on interminably long if it started when Comey said it started. And the other thing that was underreported yesterday that we talked about earlier in the show, Elise Stefanik, who's this young congresswoman from upstate New York, had a really important exchange with Comey where she asked him what the reporting protocols are for apprising senior leadership of Congress as well as DNI of ongoing investigations. He says there are quarterly reports, but then Comey also said, and we didn't do a quarterly report to senior congressional leadership. We just briefed them on this investigation within the last month or so recently. And the explanation he had for why he didn't follow the protocols that are normally followed was because this case is so sensitive. It was a curious explanation from Comey on that topic.
Well, Dan, I couldn't agree with you more. You got two sort of important themes going there. You got a lot. You got a lot of information in a little bit there, but let's unpack it just for a second. Comey, let's start with James Comey. You know, he's been presented as this paragon of virtue. I never bought that. I don't know if you remember the case of Stephen Hatfield, who was framed for the anthrax case, and these media companies paid him huge judgments, libel judgments, and the FBI had to apologize, and all this stuff happened. Well, Comey was in the middle of that. He came in that investigation and made it worse. He embraced some junk science with dogs. He was very political in that thing, and very ineffective as well. And people forget that, but I haven't forgotten it. You know, James Comey's problem seems to me is he's one of these guys who thinks he's the most moral guy in the room. And that's even more insufferable than someone who thinks they're the smartest person in the room, because how can you reason with that guy? He's the only one who really cares about the country. This is kind of the vibe he gives off. And that's the kind of arrogance and hubris that's going to cause problems. But the second thing that you said, and I'll be brief here, there's been no evidence that the Russians colluded with the Trump campaign. Nothing. Zero. Nada. The Washington Post had this big page-one story and quoting the intelligence services saying the high degree of confidence, and the stuff they pointed to is like some weird email that they picked up about some Russian expressing maybe like a little bit of happiness that Hillary lost, but we're not even sure that's what he meant. His name, he isn't even named. It's a very murky accusation and a serious one, but there's been no evidence at all presented yet that it happened.
I want to get to a piece you wrote earlier in the week before we go, because it was really interesting, and it's something that people should understand. These organizations like the Southern Poverty Law Center and what they really are and what the history of them is, so that they're not given more weight than they're due. So tell us about that organization, its history, because it routinely runs around calling conservatives and conservative groups, purveyors of hate, and it turns out
racist and homophobes and sexist,
and they're not exactly playing it straight. They're not exactly kind of objective observers of the passing scene, are they?
Well, no, and you're being very kind to them. They're not at all objective, and they themselves engage in what could be called hate speech. It's certainly smearing people, and it's specialty. This Charles Murray, this AEI scholar, MIT PhD, author of really interesting books, well-researched, went up to Middlebury College. There was a riot. They won't let him talk. They shout him down. They pull fire alarms. They attack the professor who's accompanying him. They rock his car. I mean, nobody's been kicked out of school. No professor's been censured. And every one of these people, you ask them, why did you do this? Because they admitted they never even read Charles Murray's books. Oh, well, the Southern Poverty Law Center says he's racist. They say he's a eugenist. They say he's a white supremacist. This guy, his first wife was Asian. He has 2 Asian daughters he's very close to. Mm-hmm. He writes these very scholarly books. And it's libel, it's slander, it's a smear. And this is the group. And these professors, they outsource their thinking, Dan. They don't even read this stuff themselves. College professors with tenure and PhDs won't do their own thinking. They point to this Southern Poverty Law Center, which is just a group that smears Republicans and conservatives. And the press does it too. The New York Times, the Washington Post. Oh, Southern Poverty Law Center says this guy's a racist. He's a Nazi. Oh, well, who are they? They're just purveyors themselves. They're fear mongers is what they are, and they do this to raise money. They send out these fundraising letters. Oh, help us stop Nazism. And, some little lady, well, I'm against Nazism, and writes them a little check, and they send it, and they've amassed $300 million that they haven't spent. That's the profit. That's the extra money that they have. They're supposed to spend on litigation, but it just sits there. and then pay big salaries to the founders and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, great work detailing the Southern Poverty Law Center and who's behind it, what they do and what they don't do, because they're treated as just this, independent watchdog group. And as you properly delineate, they're nothing of the sort. So excellent work there, Carl Cannon, Washington editor for RealClearPolitics.com. Always a pleasure, Carl. Thanks.
Anytime, yeah.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, he becomes a she and wins what? We'll explain. But first, here's your forecast. Partly sunny skies today. Colder than we're used to. We have to factor in the wind chill today. It's about 20 degrees right now. We're going up to a high of 38 degrees. Then tomorrow, mostly cloudy, a shower in the afternoon, a high of 48. And then on Friday, the party begins, Dan. It's going to be breezy warm with a high of 72 degrees.
The party begins when I'm on a golf course.
Yeah. Tea time. Let's get into our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thank you, Amy and Dan. Good morning. Aiden's inbound. A little heavy still. Foster to the junction. 21 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 25. Kennedy. 45 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. 31 from Montrose. 29 in the Express. Outbound 42 minutes to O'Hare. The Eisenhower. An hour and 7 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 58 minutes. Stevenson. An hour and 7 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 41 minutes. Ryan is 33 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive is heavy, 39 minutes, Hollywood to Monroe, and northbound very slow Oakwood to the Stevenson. Northbound Tri-States, though 95th most of the way to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue Curve, Reagan Tollway slow, from Fox River to 59, Veterans Memorial, 63rd at the Reagan Tollway, and Army Trail to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Next week, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour, we're going to be at, where, Amy?
Big Monster Toys on Racine.
Monster. Big Monster Toys on Racine. That's going to be fun.
Oh, I could just see you on the tricycle. Bye. I'll be in the ball pit.
Ball pit.
I said ball pit.
Yeah. Not the ball transplant thing, going back to the plastic surgery for your dogs. What do they call? Oh, ball implant.
Ball implant. You're going to pay for Bunky's ball implants.
Implant, not ball pit.
Will you pay for that, though?
No. AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. We're celebrating local businesses overcoming the odds and succeeding in this godforsaken state called Illinois. We're making businesses great again, giving back to the business community by broadcasting our show from locations throughout Chicagoland. Does your business have a great success story? We want to hear about it. Go to 560theanswer.com/business. Fill out the brief form to tell us about how you and your business are beating the odds to serve your clients and community. We're going to select a couple more businesses as stops on our AM 560 Business Tour this spring and to broadcast from your location and share your success with our audience. So go to 560theanswer.com/business to tell us your story. 560theanswer.com/business, and we may be stopping at your location this spring on the AM 560 Business Tour, sponsored by Signature Bank.
You own or run a business. This is a conversation about one of those gotta-haves, fire and safety equipment. I know it's easy to set it and kind of forget it, except for the mandatory inspections, but think about faulty or ineffective fire and safety equipment. When something bad happens, the business stops. That's never a good thing, and something to avoid. Illinois Fire and Safety is offering you a free audit. Illinois Fire and Safety. If you have the right stuff, you can sleep well. If you don't, they can show you how to change that. It's a simple fact. Fire and Safety is their only business, and their guys are the best. They're trained well, and they think like you. From a single unit to a huge manufacturing facility, Illinois Fire and Safety can handle it. Do an audit. Fire and Safety is really something you don't want to roll the dice with. Illinois Fire and Safety, a company that shares the same values as you do. Let's do that fire and safety audit. 630-629-2413. I know it's sometimes hard to write down numbers, so here's where you can get it. IllinoisFire.com.
My daughter started school, and I find myself worrying if she is getting home safe while I'm still at work. I wish I could check up on her.
Alarm Detection Systems offers remote control of your security system from your phone. Get text or video alerts when someone's at your door. ADS is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
Our neighbor had thousands of dollars in flood damage and lost several items that are irreplaceable.
Is there a security solution to receive early warning of an event like this?
Of course. Alarm Detection Systems has flood detection systems alerting you when water gathers in your home, giving you time to react. ADS is an authorized Honeywell equipment dealer. Visit adsalarm.com or call 630-844-6300. Alarm license number 127000143.
What's the scariest thing about going to the dentist? Opening your mouth or opening your wallet? Because just a simple cleaning can cost $100, and things like root canals can cost you hundreds more. If you don't have dental insurance to help, you should give Physicians Mutual Insurance Company a call. 1-800-500-0898. This isn't a discount plan or preventive-only coverage. This is real dental insurance that helps pay for checkups right away. So you can call today and get your teeth cleaned tomorrow. Plus, it helps cover the more expensive procedures you might need down the road. Fillings, crowns, bridges, even costly dentures. There's no deductible and no annual maximum. Your acceptance is guaranteed for one of these insurance policies, even if you're retired or on Medicare. There are no networks, so you can choose any dentist you'd like. That's right, any dentist you want. Call and we'll rush you a free information kit with all the details. 1-800-500-0898. That's 1-800-500-0898. 1-800-500-0898.
AM 560, The Answer. AM 560, The Answer.
It's happening, Dan and Amy. We're back. We want to tell you about Laurel Hubbard, 39 years old. She just won the women's over 90 kilogram division at the Australian International Competition in Melbourne on Sunday.
Wow, she's strong.
By the way, a little metric. What's 1 kilogram, about 2.2 pounds?
I knew you'd do the math for me.
Yeah. All right. So that's so there you go. Her combined total of 268 kilograms. That was the lift. So that's almost 600 pounds.
600 pounds. Yeah.
That was nearly 20 kilograms better than her Samoan runner-up, Ayuni Ariaspiai. That's not how you pronounce it.
Wow, you sound like me. I'm rubbing off on you.
And so it's all good news, but there's a twist. There's a twist. Laurel Hubbard is an XY competing against XXs.
Oh, so
Hubbard was born the son of former Auckland Mayor Dick Hubbard and has previously competed at a national level in men's weightlifting as Gavin Hubbard.
Oh, so he just identifies as a woman, and it's okay then to just switch over into women's weightlifting?
She transitioned.
Hi, my name's Laurel. I'm ready to lift my load.
Transitioned in her mid-30s. And
ball implant?
I don't know. And she's scaled the ranks in women's powerlifting. So isn't this great? Some of the
it's not a level playing field for the ladies.
Some of the cisgendered female weightlifters don't think so, but they're pressing on in spite of the fact. By the way, there's a picture of them on the medal stand.
Yeah,
Laurel Hubbard is like a foot taller than the other two competitors.
Yeah, because Laurel's really Larry.
You know, do you remember Jim Carrey?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Remember Jim Carrey from In Living Color? You think this skit could be done today? This is like 20 years ago.
Now, before attempting any serious lifting, I can't stress enough the importance of eating a healthy breakfast. Of course, I prefer mine in concentrated form.
Vera DeMilo, Laurel Hubbard.
I'm Vera DeMilo, and thanks for tuning in. You know, before I learned how to exercise properly, I was a poor excuse for a woman. Just look at those unsightly lumps of lard protruding from my sternum. I was so weak and frail back then, I couldn't even tear a telephone book in half. But I made that change, and you can too. So let's get busy burning off those bothersome bazooms.
And shouldn't Jim Carrey be expelled from Hollywood? Should he never be making a movie? Isn't that like those skits constitute hate crimes today? Or do they? Boy, we've...
times have changed.
We've opened up Pandora's box and you can't close it. And let me tell you something. The people who think that marriage redefinition didn't matter, no big deal, what do I care? This is where it ends. This is where it ends. And it's going to come to your daughter's college, as it's already happening, and it's going to come to your daughter's high school, as it's already happening, and it's going to come to your daughter's bathrooms, as is already happening, and it's going to come to your daughter's grade school, as already happening. This is what happens when you pretend that gender doesn't exist. This is what happens when you pretend men and women are the same. This is where it ends. Not a pretty picture, is it, Laurel?
Coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer, we take the sex ed course at Evanston High School. But first, let's go into the newsroom and say good morning once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 29 degrees here in Chicago as House Republicans on the Hill have a busy day ahead. They're preparing for tomorrow's floor vote on their plan to repeal and replace Obamacare. Supreme Court nominee Neil Gorsuch faces more questions today from the Senate Judiciary Committee on his third day before the panel. Republicans confidently predict he'll win confirmation in spite of some liberal opposition. Syrian activists say dozens of civilians are dead or missing following an airstrike on a shelter for the displaced. The activist group called Raqqa says a school sheltering some 50 families was leveled by airstrikes yesterday. Oil prices continue to fall as investors worry about a massive oil glut in U.S. stockpiles. Earlier this morning, oil futures were trading at 4-month lows. We'll get the early reading on Wall Street in just a moment. Chicago police continue to search for a group of people accused of raping a 15-year-old girl on Facebook Live. Authorities say as many as 6 suspects were involved in that attack. Suburban Schaumburg man is accused of posting anti-Semitic flyers around the University of Illinois Chicago. Matthew Urbanek was arrested last week and charged with criminal damage to property. Costco, your local big box store, will soon be making home deliveries. Delivery service called Shipt says it will begin making runs to Costco to pick up orders for customers. Shipt will then launch its Costco delivery service in Tampa, Florida. Plans expansions to over 50 markets and 30 million households by the end of the year. Canucks a 5-4 win over the Blackhawks. Toronto snaps an 11-game losing streak against the Bulls with a win over Chicago, 122-120 in overtime. College hoops tonight, Fighting Illini in Orlando to take on Central Florida in an NIT quarterfinal matchup. The news service of Staples. Let Staples be your office away from your office with all you need to print, scan, or fax. Have last-minute changes to the big presentation, access files from a USB, email, or the cloud. And there are self-serve machines, so there's no waiting. Visit staples.com/copy and print for more. Staples, make more happen. 8:33, we'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, great coffee, period.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I've seen it in my lab. I've seen the immune response increase. I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection, and I know that it works.
Balance of Nature is providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
Consult your tax professional before investing. Let me ask you a question. Can you keep your 401k or IRA safe from the death of the dollar, continued rampant Fed spending, political corruption, and from the possible new Cold War with Russia? If you answered no, then listen up. Fortunes are going to be made and lost over the next few months. It's time you took action. Over 50,000 people have requested our Gold IRA investment guide to learn how to protect their retirement savings. Now it's your turn. We are Advantage Gold, the #1 rated gold IRA company in America by TrustLink. Right now, we are giving away a free copy of our new Gold IRA Protection Guide to anyone with an IRA, 401k, or retirement account that is over the age of 55. Just call 1-800-900-8000 right now, and we will help teach you how to keep your retirement savings away from the government and safe in your pocket. Just call today at 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Representatives are standing by. Call 800-900-8000 today.
8:35. Let's get an update on the roads in our Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. Eastbound I-80 still seeing significant delays. Hobel to the Des Plaines River Bridge, where there's a crash blocking the left lane. Edens, 20 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 25. Inbound Kennedy, delays start at Lawrence. 45 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. 34 from Montrose. 32 in the Express. Outbound 33 minutes to Montrose. 49 to the airport. The Eisenhower's an hour and 11 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. 56 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 45 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 13 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 36 minutes. The Ryan is 29 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-States, though Archer to 31st, and from the Reagan tollway to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial, heavy from the Army Trail toll to 290. The other tollways have cleared up. Northwest Indiana's fine. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Partly sunny and colder today. We'll top out at 38, currently 29. Your next news is at 9, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Wine Time Radio. Every Saturday at 5 p.m. on AM 560, explore the wonderful world of wine with host James Crooker and Rob Lehner.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, this next segment is rated PG-13, so fair warning. Or is it even? Because this will, I'm sure, get to the grade school level soon enough, particularly on the Tony North Shore. Got a deck that frames the wellness education class that's being delivered to Evanston Township High School sophomores. That's what they call sex education now.
What do they call it?
Wellness.
Oh,
wellness education. Okay. It includes such things as, let's play a little word association game.
All right.
Write down your reactions to the following words. Or you can speak them because we're on the radio.
Thank you. And you can participate. 312-642-5600 is our turnkey Debt Pro answer line.
Keep it PG-13.
This is really nice. So you printed up Welcome to Sex Ed Day 1, and it's the size of a Lakeview phone book.
Work, if those things still existed. Word association, sex.
Yes.
Orgasm. This is for high school sophomores. Period. Condom. Tampon.
Tony the tampon.
Maybe. Well, that's your word association.
When I say tampon, I think of Tony the tampon,
you think
which
of
is
cartoon characters.
It's a new cartoon book that's available via an artist in Washington, D.C.
Vagina.
Vajayjay. I'm sorry.
How about this? Anal. Penis. Masturbation.
Oh, come on.
What did you notice after? How did those words make you feel? Dirty. Did you want to laugh, look down, applaud? What do you think? Why do you think you reacted to these words as you did? Should these words cause these reactions? Okay, so that's a star. There's nothing crazy about that, I suppose. We have a lot of stigma. Discomfort about sex is a cultural reaction that almost all Americans experience.
Okay, this is chapter 2.
So we have to get from sex negativity to sex positivity, all right?
Okay.
Yeah. Sex is... we have negative sex attitudes say sex is wrong, unnatural, or unreasonably dangerous. Bodies are shameful. Having sex reflects negatively on your character. Sex positivity, which is where we want to be, right?
Yeah, right, sure.
That's where you want to be. Sex is good. This is for high school sophomores. Sex is good, natural, healthy, even fun. Bodies are good and pleasurable. It's good to be curious and learn about sex and sexuality in order to make good, safe choices. Having sex or not having sex doesn't reflect on your character because, everybody's living their truth. How do you adopt a sex-positive attitude, you're probably thinking?
Chapter 3.
Yeah.
You're going a little fast. Can you slow down?
Well, I'm, trying to get through. Here we go. You ready to adopt a sex-positive attitude, Amy?
I am ready, teacher. Tell me.
I want you to know that every part of you rocks. All right?
What?
Genitalia, gender, and sexuality, breaking down the binary is what we're going to do here. And you like Tony the Tampon, they've got the gender unicorn, the identity spectrum gender unicorn.
It's like Barney with a horn on it.
Yeah, thinking bad thoughts.
All right, so you have
and he's also and gender the gender unicorn is also wearing a cod piece for some reason. I don't know. I don't know exactly why.
And he has two hearts instead of one. So it's biological sex, gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Oh, and then they break it down even more. I mean, are you romantically emotional attracted to women, men, or other genders?
Right. And so they get into definitions of important words. So bisexual, you want to know that. That's an individual who's sexually attracted to more than one gender and or sex, sometimes, but not always, including non-binary individuals. I barely understand that statement.
Wait, you're going.
Well, I want to get to some definitions and then to get some callers on the line here too. Maybe we're helping some people identify and becoming more sex positive. Definition: a pansexual. Pansexual.
What's a pansexual?
Glad you asked. That's an individual who is sexually attracted to all genders. All of them. I thought there were two, but no. All genders, regardless of if they are binary, male or female, or non-binary. You get lesbian, gay, we know that. Now, queer, this is in the deck I'm reading from.
Right, hold on.
Queer. So queer is different than gay. Queer as a general term used by some to describe lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and non-binary people. It's also used by some to describe a person's feeling of not fitting into the standard ideas. Sure. Old fuddy-duddy ideas of sexual orientation or gender identities. It's for high school sophomores at Evanston Township High School.
And I suspect a quiz on this later?
Yeah. Asexual.
Oh, I know what asexual is.
You reproduce by spores or budding. That's what I learned in biology.
Someone does not. Oh, that's good. Someone who does not experience sexual attraction or desire. They're asexual.
Though they may experience romantic attraction.
Oh, right. But they are just not interested in ever having sex.
Transgender
I got that right.
Transgender, trans.
Yeah,
right. You know that. The gender identity doesn't match their gender assigned at birth. Okay. Gender queer.
Gender queer?
Yeah, gender queer.
What the heck is that?
That's a specific term one can identify as if one's gender identity is outside of the gender binary. Other similar terms include non-binary, bigender, gender fluid, gender nonconforming, pangender, two-spirit, and third gender.
Oh, my gosh.
The gender binary...
Yeah, gender binary. All right.
Yeah, this is the old way. This is the sexual negativity, so don't fall into this trap, Amy. The new way is because the gender binary means it's a black and white way of looking at gender, like, by your chromosomal makeup, that there's just male and female determined by one's birth. That's, cisgender. You hear that too. What about ally?
Yeah. We have allies all over the world.
That's on the gender spectrum. That's a person who actively supports and advocates for people belonging to less privileged groups, though they are personally not a member of those groups. Yeah, you can be an ally. And then you get to homophobia and transphobia.
Wait, what's transphobia, the phobia of transgenders?
Right.
It's like I figured that out.
Agender. That's when one experiences the absence of gender. What am I? I don't experience gender. I'm Marilyn Manson.
I like this one. Romantic orientation, a pattern of romantic attractions, regardless of one's sexual orientation.
Yeah. Oh, sure. How about intersex? I'm glad you asked. A person whose biological sex characteristics are a mixture of male and female. The newer term for the outdated word of hermaphrodite.
Yeah.
All right, so when you refer to Jamie Lee Curtis, you can't refer to her as a hermaphrodite anymore. She's intersex.
That has been debunked.
Oh,
she's not a hermaphrodite.
Is she heteronormative?
What is heteronormativity?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
That's when heterosexual is considered normal, quote unquote, and other expressions of sexual orientation and gender are considered abnormal, quote unquote. So if you're being heteronormative, then you're being sexually sex negative. You're not being sex positive.
Oh, I think I might fail this class. Okay. Cross-dresser, that's someone who, that's Dan.
That's Caitlyn
Drag
Jenner.
queens are example of this.
LGBTQ, on that certainly doesn't cover the spectrum.
Well, the Q is queer/questioning.
Now, there's this. This is interesting. I don't even know why this is included. This is an anachronism.
What?
Heterosexual.
I see it here.
That's what that is. This has no place in the discussion.
Speak of?
And then, of course, you have to worry when you want to be sex positive, not sex negative, so that everybody can live their truth. You have to worry about semantic drift.
Semantic drift.
Yeah, they make a pill for that now. But here's what semantic drift is. It's a drift, change or shift in the meaning of a word. Sometimes the shift is so radical that the word takes on an entirely different meaning than what it was originally. So I guess that's what this entire program is semantic drift. So there you go. Be curious about gender and sexuality, and remember, every part of you rocks. That's the way to be sex positive.
Where is anything about abstinence until you're married or in a committed relationship? Where's that chapter, Dan?
Look, there's no place for that kind of hate speech on this show.
Well, I'll never forget going through sex ed, or it was health class, health class. They talked about abstinence. That was first thing out of their mouths.
It's outrageous. It's amazing
town of Mount Prospect.
that you grew up to be this well-adjusted, tolerant human being that you are when you were filled with poison like that at a young age. Let's go to Pete in Montgomery. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, guys. So this sexual education program that you're talking about has one and only result. That is the normalization of abnormal behavior, the normalization of pedophilia.
Well,
if everything is acceptable, then everything's acceptable.
That's. I mean, it's not just for NAMBLA anymore, right, Pete? Thanks for the call. That's absolutely where it's going. That's where it's going. It's been defended by the left on a number of shows, in a number of articles. We've talked about them. We've read from the Salon.com pieces. Absolutely where it's going, because everybody's living their truth, and who's anybody to say? Who's anybody to say what the boundaries are? David in Riverside.
Yeah, Amy, isn't it so typical that even when it's a sex ed text that Dan goes too fast?
Oh!
I don't know what that means. Was that some kind of?
It was.
Is that some kind of critique of me?
We'll explain it later, Dan.
I hope there are charts. Dennis in New Buffalo.
Dan, the first 10 words made me horny as hell. But spanking a monkey while driving is against.
Okay, Dennis, thank you so much for that. So
Did we just have to dump?
Dennis was going to be the instructor at Evanston Township High School for juniors for their section. This is sophomores. Then you graduate to Dennis from New Buffalo. Michael in Forest Park. Hey, Michael.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Good.
Okay, first of all, this is a breakdown of all moral society. But second, I wanted to say, this is why we send our kids to private school, right? You know, I could decide what my kid learns. I could decide what morals I want my child to have. I don't think it's fair that they put this in a public education and don't take the input of all parents of what I want my kid to learn about sexuality. I don't want my kid going home 16 and pregnant.
That's it. Thanks for the call, Michael. Ann in Algonquin.
Yes. Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, I wondered, first of all, if it did involve the parents in this, at least forewarning them about what they were planning to do with what I would say experimenting with the kids' minds and bodies. And they're not going to have to, the school district's not going to have to suffer the consequences of what this type of indoctrination, I think, involves. Because there's a lot more to it than just from what you read, that I'm sure there are some parents that might have some different views.
Well, thanks for the call, Ann, but I have to say, Ann was being a little bit sex negative.
We don't allow that on this show.
Being a little sex negative. And the other thing is, I mean, talk about an antiquated notion, an antebellum idea, antediluvian claptrap. Parents? This is a public high school in Evanston. What do the parents have to do anything with it? The people in charge of the school are in charge of your kids. You're not. Don't you understand? We're in Plato's Republic.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of clouds, some sun today, but cold. It feels like winter out there, that's for sure. Wind chill of 21 degrees, high today of 38, and tomorrow 48 with an afternoon shower. Let's get into the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center. I wonder how he scored. Here's Jim Talamonte.
I could be in trouble in that class, Amy. Negative demerits. On the Edens outbound, we're seeing delays. Cicero to Toohey. There's a crash there blocking the left lane. Inbound traffic is now moving without any significant delay. Kennedy, inbound delay start at Lawrence, 45 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 34 from Montrose, 32 in the Express. Outbound, 49 minutes downtown to O'Hare. Really slow division to Canfield. Inbound Eisenhower, 1 hour. Thorndale to downtown, 45 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 40 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 13 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. An hour and 2 minutes from the Tri-State. Outbound 36 minutes to 355. Ryan, 29 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, slow Lawrence to North Avenue and 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound now okay. Northbound Tri-State, still heavy. Archer to 31st and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. I'm Jim Talamonte of the Alarm Detection Systems Traffic Center.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Bob Aument, a founding partner of the law firm of Dassman and Aument and longtime personal customer of Signature Bank. Our firm recently left one of the larger banks to bank with Signature Bank, and it's been a refreshing change. With Signature Bank, we've been able to tailor banking solutions that fit the specific needs of our firm. Beyond that, Signature Bank is responsive, efficient, and timely in meeting those needs. If I have a request, I pick up the phone and talk to Mick O'Rourke, not someone at a phone bank thousands of miles away. Dassman and Aument needed more than what the larger banks offer, and we found that with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Sometimes things don't turn out the way you expect them to, like Chicagoland weather.
It's so unpredictable. Should I wear shorts or do I need a winter coat?
I think the weather people just throw darts at a board and guess. Oh, look, I got rain.
No matter what the weather throws at us, be ready. Smart businesses rely on Air Comfort to keep them and their customers warm or cool, depending on which way our weather turns. Air Comfort is one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with dedicated factory-trained technicians that take a scientific approach to analyzing your system. They have comprehensive year-round preventative maintenance programs and emergency service, plus design, build, and install equipment for new construction and retrofits of existing mechanical systems. Now is a great time to call Air Comfort and schedule an analysis of your company's mechanical system by their certified award-winning engineering team. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
Hello, everyone, and here we go again with Karen Lewis and the Chicago Teachers Union demanding more money from the Chicagoland taxpayers. Well, I say enough is enough. The teachers get paid from the property taxes that homeowners pay every year. If the teachers union gets more money, that means your property taxes are going to go higher. This is Tom Marabali, your health insurance advocate and independent representative for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and other health insurance carriers. For months now, I have been telling you about purchasing health savings account PPO plans that will cost you approximately 40% less in monthly premiums than you're currently paying now. Well, the same thing applies to the teachers union. I can show the union that they can purchase a more comprehensive health insurance plan that is in full compliance with the Affordable Care Act and will cost the taxpayers up to 40% less in monthly health insurance premiums. For more information, you can call me at 630-863-3477. That's 630-863-3477.
Oh, this roof is so needy.
Call Crumweedy.
How do you spell that?
K-R-U-M-W.
Oh, just go to myroofisneedy.com.
If your roof is needy, call Crumweedy.
This is Greg Olson of Crumweedy.
And I'm Mark Olson from Crumweedy. We are a third-generation family-run business, and we have been doing Chicagoland roofs since 1953.
You can't do that unless you do really great roofs. We share the same conservative values as you, and we want to do your roof. Here's what you can expect.
First, no high pressure. You make the choice. Whatever option you choose, count on getting a roof that lasts at a fair price.
You see, application is the key. We follow the manufacturer's specifications so your warranty is intact. A lot of companies don't do that, and that could void your warranty.
Our installation is outstanding. No horror stories here. The roof you need that will fix your problems. When your roof is needy,
call Crumweedy.
Go to myroofisneedy.com. myroofisneedy.com.
Fruits and vegetables are one of the very best, if not the best way to help protect your body from many of the lifestyle diseases plaguing our nation. Eating over 10 servings of fruits and vegetables daily will help build your immune system to over 720% and is the single most important thing you can do for your health, along with diet and exercise. Why are fruits and vegetables such a powerful health consideration? Because they contain tens of thousands of phytonutrients prepared especially by Mother Nature to nourish our body on a cellular level. Dr. Howard successfully formulated and perfected a mix of 31 different fruits and vegetables and scientifically removed the water and air through a proprietary cold vacuum system, reducing them into a super powder which maintains 99.9% of its nutrient value, then packaging them into vegetarian capsules ready for consumption. Here's Dr. Howard.
What does good nutrition not benefit? Can you name anything that good nutrition will not help? It's not a cure-all. The scope of what it can help is so wide because our bodies are really fabulous, amazing chemical laboratories. Everything that functions in your system is a chemical response. Keeping that chemistry in balance and keeping the cells communicating with each other the very best possible way is absolutely the best way to reduce your risk of disease and also help your body help itself even fighting most of these diseases.
Balance of Nature is celebrating its 20th anniversary by providing you the best offer they've ever given. 2 free months of fruits and veggies and free shipping. Call now for details. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, a lot of texts and responses to the Evanston Township High School practicum for sex ed for sophomores there. One text, my 8-year-old caught part of the word association. You should have seen his face. Probably looked the same as my face, reading some of those words. Mike in Geneva, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan. All these comments, it just makes me go back to anyone who's ever tried to work hard and accomplish anything for their family. It's like 5% of these crazy people are turning us all into punching bag ATMs.
Yeah.
We don't care what you think. Just give us the money. We're going to take care of it. You don't know any better. It's really disgusting.
Yeah. Well said, Mike. Thanks for the call. I mean, that is what's happening in some school districts. But I'll tell you what, the flip side of that is that courage begets courage. And that's what's happening, for example, in another school district not so far from there that we've covered. That's the New Trier High School District. Yes, you're familiar with it. Oh, you are familiar.
I love that